started here. For those in the audience and my fellow commissioners, make sure your phones are on silent or vibrate or something that doesn't disturb the proceeding. If you do need to take a call, take it outside, please. Okay, welcome to the April 18th Planning Commission meeting. I will call the hearing to order at 1 o'clock. Ms. Johnson, can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Bauke. I'll take roll call. Chair Bauke.
Here.
Vice Chair Wardlow. Here. Commissioner Barnwell.
Here.
Commissioner Boss.
Present.
Commissioner DeLucia.
Here.
Commissioner Lodge.
Here.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, next is on our agenda is the preliminary matters. Request for continuance, withdrawals, postponements, or addition of ex-agenda items. Ms. Arcanega, do we have any of those?
Chair Bauke, we have none.
Okay, moving on to announcements and appeals. Do we have any announcements or appeals?
We do not.
Okay. Next item is the Commission's review, consideration, and action on a whole set of draft Planning Commission minutes and resolutions. The minutes of March 14th, the minutes of March 21st, Planning Commission Resolution 00424 for 1553 Shoreline Drive, the Planning Commission Resolution 00524 for 531 East Ortega, and Planning Commission Resolution 00624 for 324 West Montecito Street. All our commissioners were here for all those items, so we don't have anybody that's going to need to abstain for those reasons. Do we have any comments, and somebody want to make a motion moving on all of them?
I'll make a motion
Okay,
on all of them,
yes.
and the resolution and the minutes.
No comments?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Johnson, can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Bauke. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Boss.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLucia.
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge.
Yes.
Commissioner Barnwell.
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Wardlow.
Yes.
Chair Bauke.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, moving on, and next item is our public comments pertaining to items not on the agenda. Do we have any of those either in the audience or online?
Thank you, Chair Bauke. If there's anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on general business, and that's again items not on today's agenda, you can fill out a speaker slip at the back of the room. I'm not seeing any movement, so I'll go ahead and move to virtual public comment. If you wish to speak on Zoom at this time, you can raise your hand and we'll call on you. I'm not seeing any hands raised, and we didn't receive any general written correspondence, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Bauke.
Okay, we will now close the general public comment period and move on to our next item, which is new items, which is today's topic, which is 3805 State Street. It's a request before the Planning Commission for an AUD concept review and comments. Staff presentation, I believe, is going to be by contract planner Patsy Price, and she's here to give the presentation, and the floor is yours, Ms. Price. You can begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Bauke and members of the Commission. My name is Patsy Price. I am a contract planner to the city and the case planner assigned to this project. Because this is a substantial project and we know there's significant public interest, I am going to spend some time in my presentation describing the review process and how members of the public can be involved. I'll also go over staff's analysis of the zoning and general plan consistency, and then the applicant team's presentation will focus more on specific design details and the site plan. So the project is located in the Coombra Shopping Center, which is a 31-acre site made up of 8 assessor parcels. It's located in the Upper State Street area of the city. In the early 2000s, the city undertook a study of the Upper State Street area focused on traffic, circulation, and urban design issues. That culminated in the adoption of the Upper State Street Design Guidelines, which are intended to provide direction to property owners on future improvements and development in the Upper State Street area. I'll discuss that more later in my presentation. The La Cumbre Plaza and Five Points area has a priority housing overlay under the average unit size density incentive program, which allows densities of up to 63 units per acre when average unit size is capped. Our project site, the project site located at 3805 State Street, is made up of 3 assessor's parcel numbers, but it is one legal lot totaling 14.9 acres. The applicant is proposing a lot split to divide the lot, keeping the southern portion with the current uses, which is part of the La Cumbre Plaza Shopping Center, and redeveloping the 8.7 acre Macy's site. The project includes mixed use using the average unit size density incentive program and state density bonus. It includes 642 residential rental units, as well as a mix of retail, dining, commercial, and public spaces. Concept review for this project is required by the zoning ordinance, which specifies that prior to submitting a formal application, when an AUD project is proposing rental housing and is located in a priority housing overlay area on a lot that is larger than 15,000 square feet and does not require another discretionary approval by the Planning Commission, that pre-application process is required, which includes this concept review. This project meets those criteria. So the purpose of the concept review is for the Planning Commission to provide comments and a recommendation by majority vote on the proposed design and improvement of the project and the project's consistency with the general plan. So the pre-application process includes several steps. First is a staff review by the Land Development or Pre-Application Review Team, which includes representatives from the Planning, Public Works, Fire, Building, Engineering, and Transportation. This is a high-level review of the project that identifies red flags for the applicant to consider. In this case, the applicant went through 2 rounds of pre-application review with staff. It also includes design consultation by the ABR, which was conducted on March 4th, and this Planning Commission concept review that we're doing today. In addition to those reviews, staff requested and the applicant agreed to hold a community open house, which was conducted in January to share information about the project with interested members of the community. The intent of the pre-application process is to provide the applicant with early feedback on the proposed project based on a conceptual level of design. In this case, given the complexity and size of the site, the applicant has provided a considerable level of detail, but we are still at the conceptual level, so not all the project details are provided at this point. In the pre-application process, staff, ABR, and the Planning Commission all review the same set of conceptual plans, with the idea being that each reviewing body considers different aspects under their purview, and their opinions may build or differ from each other. As discussed in the staff report, the applicant has continued to develop the project in consultation with staff, and I believe the applicant will share some of the evolving project design details with you today. For the purposes of your consideration of consistency analysis, we ask that you address the conceptual plans that were included in the staff report. Following your review, the applicant has completed the pre-application process and is ready to submit the formal application. So here's what that formal planning application process looks like. There are different issues that are addressed at each area, at each step in the process, so I'm going to go over those issues as I discuss each step so that the public is informed. If they're interested in a particular issue, they know where to address it in the process. Once the formal application is submitted, the next step in a public forum is ABR concept review. Once the formal, this is still conceptual plans, but the plans are further developed based on the comments that they have received through the pre-application process. The ABR looks at areas including architectural style and massing, site layout, windows and openings, landscaping, street frontage, integration of the surrounding area, livability, open space, and colors and materials. Application completeness review is the next step. This is conducted by city staff, and it is to ensure that all necessary information is included in the project application, including design details and technical analysis, so that staff is able to evaluate the project relative to applicable regulations and complete environmental analysis. This looks at issues including zoning and density, the operation and function of the proposed uses, parking, traffic and circulation for cars, pedestrians, buses, bicycles, emergency services, deliveries, and trash pickup. It also includes stormwater and drainage, water demand, and includes an initial assessment of accessibility and building and fire code compliance. Both the ABR and the completeness review can take a couple of months, and generally they occur in tandem with each other. Once the application is determined complete, staff will begin the environmental review process, which is prescribed under state law by the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. This includes a study of potential impacts related to issue areas including biological resources, geology and soils, water and air quality, noise, utility and service systems, population and housing, hazards, public services like police, fire, and schools, recreation, cultural resources, transportation, and circulation. First, in the environmental review process, an initial study is prepared to determine if there are potential impacts resulting from the project. If the answer is yes, or it might, which we expect it will be in this case, we would determine what level of environmental review is required under CEQA. This would be either a negative declaration or mitigated negative declaration, or an environmental impact report. The Planning Commission would hold public comment or scoping hearings as part of the environmental review process. In addition, a draft environmental document would be made available for public review during a comment period. Per the municipal code, if the project requires an EIR, the Planning Commission is the decision maker on that document, and that decision is appealable to the City Council. If the project requires an ND or an MND, in this case, the staff hearing officer would be the decision maker, with the decision appealable to the Planning Commission. Given the size and complexity of this project, we anticipate that environmental review would take around a year. Once that draft environmental document has been prepared, the next step includes environmental and land use approval. The staff hearing officer is the decision maker for the land use approval in this case, which is a tentative map. That decision is appealable to the Planning Commission. The zoning ordinance also allows the Planning Commission to suspend decisions of the staff hearing officer and review the project themselves. The code provides that such action shall not require any statement of reason and shall not represent opposition to or support of an application. The next step in the process after environmental review and land use approval is ABR project design approval and final approval. The ABR project design approval is the formal decision in this instance, and it is appealable to the Planning Commission. Finally, once that planning application process has been complete, the project will be ready to apply for building and grading permits. Given the number of buildings and the extent of infrastructure improvements on the project involved in this project, we anticipate that it would take approximately a year to get through that process. So for members of the public interested in being involved, participating in monitoring this project, this is some information on noticing. The city provides notice of the first hearing before each review body. So a mailed notice of the first ABR meeting, a mailed notice of a Planning Commission hearing, and a mailed notice of the staff hearing officer hearing. If a project is continued, the interested parties are responsible for tracking when the continued hearing is. There wouldn't be a second mailed notice sent out. Interested members of the public can also subscribe for an e-subscription to receive hearing agendas or get an email for a particular project. There's also a yellow noticing placard posted on the site, as well as legal ads for the land use approval. And in the case of AUD projects, Once the formal application is submitted, a posted rendering is required on the project site as well. The city posts materials online for public hearings. That includes the hearing schedule, agendas, architectural plans, staff reports, and after the hearings are complete, minutes. The members of the public can participate by providing public comment via email before hearings. Typically, that is requested at least 2 days prior to the hearing to give the hearing body enough time to review those comments before they hold the hearing. Members can also participate in person or virtually via Zoom. City public hearings are broadcast on Cox Channel 18, as well as available for streaming online. The online streaming is for viewing only, so if someone wants to participate and provide public comment in a meeting, they would need to log into Zoom. The Zoom link for meetings are provided on the hearing agenda for that particular meeting. Hearings are also recorded and videos are posted online for later viewing. Appealable decisions are the formal action taken for each project. So we're not at the point of an appealable decision today, we're at concept review. But as we move along in this process, as there are formal actions on the project, those actions are appealable within 10 calendar days of the decision. Additional information about the project is available on the city website. We've created a web page specific to La Cumbre Plaza redevelopment, and we'll keep that updated as the project progresses in the process. To be added to an interested parties list to receive notices of the project, members of the public can email the ABR secretary with their name, email, and mailing address. Now we'll talk about the project. It includes, as I said earlier, 642 residential rental units, including 5% very low and 5% moderate income units. Just under 28,000 square feet of retail, dining, and commercial space is proposed, as well as open yard areas and amenities for residents, public plazas and paseos, and pedestrian, bicycle, transit, and vehicular access improvements. The project proposes to use state density bonus by offering 5% of the units at rents affordable to very low income households. This entitles the project to a 20% density bonus over the maximum allowed base density. The average unit size density incentive program requires that rental projects of 10 or more units provide at least 10% of units as moderate income units. Providing these moderate income inclusionary units is a requirement to qualify for the AUD program, and it's required in addition to the very low income units used to qualify for the state density bonus program. So the project will need to be revised to include at least 10% moderate units to qualify for the AUD program. The inclusionary requirement is calculated using the base density, not including density bonus units. So that calculation is 10% of the 554 base units, which equates to 54 moderate income units. State density bonus law also allows applicants to request incentives, concessions, and waivers of development standards that would preclude the project from being built at the density entitled by state law. The project is requesting waivers of 3 development standards, which are shown here in red. First, front setbacks. The required setback at this site is 10 feet, and that's measured from the front of the building to the nearest public dedication, which could be the back of a sidewalk, a bike lane, or a turn lane. There are 6 buildings included in the project, and they have varying setbacks, and the project also proposes to provide additional dedications for circulation improvements. In some areas along the state and Hope frontages, setbacks are less than the minimum 10 feet. From the nearest existing or proposed public dedication. The waiver would allow the reduction in this case. The second requested waiver is to building height. The maximum allowed building height on this site is 45 feet. The existing building is 54.5 feet, and the bell tower on the Macy's building is around 75 feet. The applicant is requesting the waiver to allow some portions of buildings up to 76.5 feet. with the highest portions of the project located away from public street frontages toward the central and southern portions of the site. As part of staff's pre-application review, the city attorney, as well as outside counsel, reviewed the height waiver request and determined it is a waiver that can be requested under state density bonus law. The third waiver requested is for required open yard area. Open yard area is intended to give relief from building massing and provide dedicated usable outdoor space for residents of a development. It can be provided either as private areas like patios and balconies or communal areas like courtyards, gardens, pools, and roof decks. The open yard requirement is 15% of net lot area, including at least one common area with dimensions of 20 feet by 20 feet. The applicant is requesting a waiver to reduce the open yard area to 10% of the net lot area. Moving on to general plan consistency, there are numerous general plan policies included in the land use element, circulation element, housing element, and conservation element that apply to redevelopment of this site. I've provided a summary on the next few slides, and there's a more thorough list included in the staff report. These policies include policies focusing the highest densities for residential growth in the La Cumbre Plaza and 5 Points area of the city, encouraging and facilitating affordable rental housing, encouraging a mix of land uses with easy access to groceries, drugstores, services, recreation, and public spaces, improving traffic flow in conjunction with improved access for pedestrians, bicycles, and public and private transit in areas where there is existing or anticipated congestion. The general plan also includes land use element policy LG15, which calls for providing opportunities for accessibility and healthy living while reducing the community's carbon footprint. This policy includes an implementation action, which calls for the preparation of an initial framework for the future La Cumbre Plaza specific plan. That action item envisions redevelopment of the La Cumbre Plaza shopping center as a mixed-use commercial and residential village. While the project does not propose a specific plan for redevelopment of the full shopping center, it does incorporate a commercial and residential village approach with plaza and paseo elements on the project site. It is also important to consider how this site will relate to the surrounding area, both in the context of the current shopping center use and the potential future redevelopment of the remainder of La Cumbre Plaza. This implementation action identifies specific issues to be considered, including how public transit will be accommodated, where pedestrian and vehicular connections are needed, the location of parking structures to maximize use of the site, and how open space and public park space will be provided both for residents of the redeveloped area and the surrounding areas. At this point, the conceptual application does not include enough detail on the project's relationship to the surrounding area for staff to make a finding regarding consistency with policy LG15. Staff's direction to the applicant in the pre-application review was that additional information regarding the relationship of the project site to the rest of the La Cumbre Plaza shopping center is needed with the formal application in order to evaluate consistency with the general plan. The application submitted the project as an SB 330 project. SB 330 is a state law that allows a developer to lock in applicable policies when they submit a preliminary application, so long as they meet the requirements prescribed by law. At the time the pre-application was submitted, the new housing element had not yet been certified by the State Housing and Community Development Department. So while the staff report includes reference to the 2023-2031 housing element, if the project continues to meet SB 330 requirements, the 2015 housing element would apply to this project. I've listed some applicable policies from the 2015 housing element here. They include encouraging mixed use at shopping centers such as La Cumbre Plaza with an emphasis on affordability, identifying production of affordable housing as the city's highest priority and providing incentives for that, This also includes an implementation action, which has been completed, to apply an overlay, a priority housing overlay to the La Cumbre Plaza and Five Points Shopping Center in order to encourage rental housing. 2015 Housing Element Policy H14 requires that market rate residential development is consistent with the city's sustainability goal, including reduced energy and resource use and increased affordable housing opportunities. It includes an implementation action calling for multifamily and mixed-use development to be constructed consistent with the AUD program, and where access to public open space does not exist within a half-mile radius, which is the case for this site, it calls for projects to dedicate open space on-site and/or make an in lieu fee contribution towards future parks for the area. As I said earlier, this project is in the Upper State Street area, and the Upper State Street design guidelines provide direction on design and infrastructure considerations for this area. I've included several graphics from the plan on the next two slides. This graphic shows urban design recommendations. You can see in the project area, it recommends streetscape improvements along State Street and open space, park, and plaza space near the intersection of State and Hope, as well as providing viewing locations to the mountains when this area is redeveloped. This is the transportation improvements map from the Upper State Street Design Guidelines. Again, it's showing streetscape improvements along State Street, as well as pedestrian improvements and connections, and a pedestrian bike trail on and adjacent to the project site. Senior Transportation Planner Jessica Grant is also here today and can answer specific questions related to transportation and circulation issues. As I described earlier, the preliminary application process includes ABR, conceptual design review as well. The ABR completed their review on March 4th, and I've summarized their comments here. The ABR was supportive of architectural style and integration of plazas and paseos into the project design. They recommended the applicant study massing and articulation of structures to improve frontages and ensure the quality of interior plazas and paseos. They also requested that the applicant provide greater articulation between buildings, more varied fenestration, and improved pedestrian entrances to the site. They recommended considering the relationship to adjacent development to the south and west, and they were supportive of the potential addition of a public park and open space, which the applicant mentioned in their presentation at the ABR hearing. So circling back, this is Planning Commission concept review, and the code calls for Planning Commission to provide comments and recommendations by majority vote on the proposed design and improvement of the project and the project's consistency with the general plan. I would suggest that you start by providing individual comments and then develop a motion summarizing the items that the majority of the commissioners agree on. To help you focus your review, you may consider some of these areas to focus your feedback on: the relationship of the project to the surrounding area, circulation and traffic improvements, open spaces, including public and private areas. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Before we go to the next section, which is the applicant's presentation, when the applicant comes up and I presume you have a team. I'm not sure who's the lead person, but okay. So Mr. Taylor's going to be first, and do give us your name and your relationship to the project, because you have lots of different people here, I think. So it's your time. You have 15 minutes, and we're going to start the clock as soon as you get up and start speaking. So welcome.
Megan, did you?
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for having me, and thanks for arranging what feels like a special session to review this project, given its size and importance. Megan?
Mr. Chair, before the applicant begins, I believe there was a request for an additional time beyond 15 minutes. And I don't know that I communicated that or that we went over that. The applicant has requested 30 minutes for their presentation. Would that be acceptable to the commission?
Do I have any objection from my fellow commissioners? I see none, so that would be fine. So we have 30 minutes.
Sorry
you.
for the interruption.
Oh, no, perfect. And anyway, so my name is Matthew Taylor. I'm here on behalf of the project ownership and part of the development team. I'd like to thank staff for all the work they've done, and especially Megan and Patsy for getting up to speed so quickly as a private planner on this matter. Again, also thank you for all of our planning commissioners that made it out on Tuesday this week for our site visit. It was great to walk around. I know a lot of people haven't been in the areas that we walked for quite some time because it's such a unique property and interacts so differently compared to most other retail situations. So a little background, we got involved with this property in 2021. We had been asking about it for years. It has been owned by the Lasarsig family since before the original ground lease was started, back when it was a lemon orchard. And the Lasarsig family held it, and then his daughter and son sold it to us in 2021, and we began planning a development here in earnest that would be a kind of an exciting reimagining of what could happen in Uptown. To date, no, I'm not there yet, Brian. Don't worry. To date, we have done 2 rounds of PRT, which staff has covered, and then we will be putting a PLN application in here within the next 60 days or so. Our designing objective has always been to create a new neighborhood through a series of buildings and replace the monolithic structure and parking field that exists there today, something that's walkable and usable by people. To do so, we are undertaking a large demolition of a 150,000 square foot building and having to justify that outlay and that type of project to enable this one. And so with that, I'd like to give you a little background on the property. So this is the original lemon orchard and dairy farm that is consistent with what was there before it became La Cumbre Plaza. The property we own was the orchard, and then Riviera Dairy, to this day, still owns the dairy farm section. In the 1960s, a mall operator came in and ground leased the sites, plural, and began doing a development for a 2-anchored shopping center and mall with Sears and Macy's, or Robinson May as the original anchor tenants. In the 1960s, it popped up very quickly, and the entire Upper State Street area in Uptown was developed within a series of just a few years. Since then, the property has basically remained in this configuration, and the mall is nearly as it exists today, with some changes here and there. Of course, Sears is no longer with us. Robinson's May became Macy's, and we've had a lot of other tenant turnover in different iterations through the years. And so this is an aerial within the last few years. So just a little background and explanation on how we need to approach the site is this is an ownership map. And the dark blue is our ownership piece, which is about 14.5 to 15.5 acres. It does include some city dedication to Hope Avenue, and a significant portion of it, which is in the hashed area, is on a ground lease to Macerich through 2077. So, you can imagine our reticence in doing planning for something that won't come back until 2077. It is in its current configuration until something happens otherwise. So we will be seeing the Macy's section back in 2028, and that's why we have begun this development in earnest. So, why does this site present such a unique opportunity? Of course, our team will cover this in a little bit, but one of the biggest things is it's on State Street. This is a huge amount of frontage on the primary arterial of our city. It also provides direct access on Hope Avenue to the freeway and has a 20-foot hole in the ground that is enabling us to take the opportunity to create subterranean parking in Santa Barbara, which is a great goal and something that we can do so we can create more walkability for people at the ground level. So contextually, this site sits conveniently, between all of our largest employers in the South County, the biggest being out at UCSB and the big campuses out in Goleta, and then the rest being here in the city of Santa Barbara in downtown. That means that, we do have people that can easily commute via bike, some walking because of the employment on Upper State, but the services on Upper State are readily available to the entire town. So contextually, this is, general commercial area. This has been that way since 1960s that we've mentioned, and then San Roque has been developed since. The rest of Uptown has been developed since. Multiple services, urgent cares, grocery stores have been added, hotels have been added, employment has been added, and again, this is on State Street in a section where it is a primary transit corridor as well. So this site presents a real opportunity to address the housing needs of our community. It's been identified as such from at least 2009, perhaps before, when it began showing up in the general plan as an area that should be identified for future housing. In 2013, as you all know, it was upzoned. It's prior to the priority housing overlay when AUD came into effect, and it's been sitting there since and now has an opportunity to move forward because the contractual relationships that are on the ground are now expiring. So right now in the city of Santa Barbara, our lack of housing is creating a detrimental effect on our quality of life. Our hospitals can't recruit. They lose people. We have, temporary nurses that you have to pay twice as much, and they're only here for seasonally. Most of our employers are really struggling to find people to remain and stay, and just the prospect of finding something in Santa Barbara has become a giant prohibition to people wanting to actually work here. The situation in homeownership is dire. The cheapest unit in Santa Barbara isn't affordable to somebody making anything less than $200,000. And the rental situation has stalled. A lot of projects have not moved forward, and so we're seeing more and more rent evictions and other projects to try to get some sort of supply to meet the market demand that's there. We believe the best solution to this is supply, and this being the great opportunity that exists in the very near term. So I'd like to address some of the community outreach we've done. And in the early stages, this is during a PRT process, which in traditional projects, you don't really do this kind of thing. It's just, we decided it was appropriate given the size and scale of the project and wanting to make sure that the project that we are submitting has been responsive to the community, and we've gotten as much feedback as we can. So to date, we've directly invited and mailed over 7,000 households in the local neighborhood to our open house, which had over 300 attendees, possibly more. We've met with over 30 organizations and businesses, including the school district, local business leaders, and neighbors. We've engaged with over 600 people through large and small group settings. And we've also been running responses through our website and soliciting feedback there and responding consistently. You'll notice that we have made several project changes based upon the comments we've received since the ABR set that was submitted in March, and then prior to that as well, which our team will cover in a little bit. And then I would also like to point out that we, based upon the community feedback we have received, we have been making a effort to work with the Housing Authority to come up with a structure and program where we can offer additional housing affordability and diversity of housing types. And then we've also been working with our chamber with their employer-sponsored housing consortium, and are planning on participating in that as well to make sure we see local preference. I would like to introduce our team. the Cronulla Collective and David Baker Architects, who have been our great designers and architects of this project, and also EPT, our landscape architect, Flowers and Associates, who has been doing our concept civil and planning, and ATE for traffic and related items. And then, again, a special thanks to Gelleray Macon from Flowers. She won't be presenting today, but has done a lot of heavy lifting, and the same with Graham Lyons from Mullen and Hensel. So thanks to them both, and I'll start with Brian Cronulla here, who will start with the architecture. Thank you. Sorry.
My name is Brian Cronulla. I'm one of the architects. This is a 500-foot square city block imposed over our site. Here is our downtown with a typical 500-square-foot city block. And the thing that you notice anywhere in our downtown, anywhere in the world for that matter, a block is made up of multiple buildings with paseos and open space. So that's been our inspiration for this project, the beginning of a new uptown. Re-envisioning an aging department store and a big hole in the ground into a new sustainable and livable neighborhood at State and Hope, made up of multiple buildings with paseos and open space. Any specific plan would have designated this site as mixed-use residential, encouraging, no doubt, underground parking in the big hole, a right-hand turn lane at State and Hope, pedestrian connection from State to the south, and enhancement of State Street, Hope Avenue, and Plaza Avenue. What we've created, sorry, too quick with the button, Matthew. We've created a compact, vibrant, walkable neighborhood that does these things. Our 8.5 acres is the first phase, the first block and a half of the transformation of Lacumba Plaza, an area that is essentially 5 blocks, and where our housing element has designated almost 1,900 units. Our site represents about 1/3 of this goal on about 1/3 of the site. We've created a neighborhood of multiple buildings with different architecture and different architectural styles, because this is not downtown, it's uptown. With regards to height, achieving the housing element goal for this site within 4 stories would have resulted in one unarticulated monolithic mass. Instead, we have gone to 6 stories, the height of the Balboa building, in some places to modulate and articulate the massing and create more livability and nearly 30% open space. Our plan has evolved since our PRT submittal, as staff indicated, and ABR review, and we've taken into consideration their comments along with staff. Here is the PRT site plan, and that is our current plan. I can go, actually, this is the revised current plan. So as I toggle back and forth, you can see that the differences are relatively minor. But the changes we've made to this plan have made it better. We'll point out those changes to you today as we go through it, but fully anticipate that our plan will change and continue to evolve. And we look forward to your comments today to help us make this project the best that it can be. My partner, Christine Perrone, has led our design effort, and she'll be presenting portions of the project in a moment. Christine and I knew from the very beginning that we could not do this project alone, that it needed multiple architects and multiple hands, just like a block needs to have multiple buildings. We've long been impressed by the Bay Area's David Baker Architects, DBA, and their thoughtful design of beautiful places. We had the opportunity to collaborate with them recently on another master plan project and chose them to help us here. So Chelsea Johnson has led DBA's design effort, and I'd like to introduce her now to walk you through our site plan. Chelsea?
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, commissioners. We've had like Brian said, we've had a really great collaborative design process with Cronulla Collective and EPT Design. And throughout our site planning process, we've gone through many iterations and refinements of this plan, working together, and consistently looking at both building form, but also the decisions that we make about building form, how they craft and frame open space is so important. That's helped us keep our eye on our top goal, which is creating a fine-grained walking neighborhood for people that's very reminiscent of the paseos and courtyards and nooks and crannies in the Santa Barbara paseos that are so beloved. So really trying to emulate that. How we've created this walking neighborhood, as you know, is by pushing all of the residential parking underground. So these are the ramp entries at the site that take you down to the subterranean garage. This is the first level of the subterranean garage, and then you go further down into the second level. And that's what's really helped create all these wonderful open spaces and pedestrian plazas. I'm going to walk through each of the programmatic elements of the site plan, starting with retail. So we've concentrated retail in the primary north-south paseo that connects seamlessly to the La Cumbre Plaza to the south with integrated plaza paving. And the reason why we clustered the retail along this paseo is to create a vibrancy and energy destination for people and an amenity for the community. We've divided these retail spaces into a diversity of sizes, including micro retail spaces that could be affordable for local entrepreneurs and small businesses in Santa Barbara. And really, the vision of these retail spaces is to create this really dynamic place with thoughtfully curated retail. This is where commercial parking is located at grade. And now I'm layering in the yellow, which is residential units at grade. And these will be envisioned as loft spaces that are appropriate for ground level use. And associated with the residential housing, in light blue and purple, you see ancillary residential spaces, so lobbies, circulations, and amenity spaces for residents. And what do those amenity spaces comprise of? I'm going to just walk through it so everyone has a sense of what we're planning here. So it includes lobbies, leasing, and mail rooms, highlighted here. It also includes common areas, lounges, and work areas, co-working spaces. It includes bike rooms with secure bike parking to make multimodal transit easier for residents and reduce reliance on the car. We have a little dog hub and dog park where residents with dogs can come down and socialize with their neighbors in this spot. And so now I'm going to shift from the ground floor program to some circulation items in the site plan. So one thing we're providing is on State Street, we've worked with transportation to incorporate a new right-hand turn lane from State Street onto Hope. Also in this zone is a new bus stop with a bus shelter. Again, promoting multimodal transit and reduce reliance on vehicles if residents can easily walk to a bus stop. Down here in the southeast corner, we have a new crosswalk with mid-block refuge for pedestrians and bikes that aligns with our new bike path. And here you see our proposed bike lanes, which we're really excited about how they will really revive bike circulation in this area and connect existing bikeways. Again, we've worked really closely with the transportation department to design the configuration of how these bike lanes work. So they are really nice upgraded bike lanes that are raised, where there's a 18-inch buffer between the vehicular roadway protecting the bike lane. And then the bike lane is separated by a parkway from the sidewalk. So it reduces conflicts with pedestrians that way. And with that, That concludes the ground floor program and circulation items. I'm going to pass it off to my colleague Scott Capps from EPT Design to walk through the open space and landscape design. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Scott Capps, the landscape architect on the project. As you can see here with the landscape site plan, I'm going to quickly walk us through the different layers of the site that make up our network of open space and paseos in order to achieve that goal of a very walkable, livable, vibrant neighborhood. Looking at the site diagrammatically, you can start to see the series of open space shown in green, as well as these pedestrian paseos and corridors shown with dashed lines. You can start to see the public open space really organized around that strong north-south paseo that Chelsea just walked us through. Similarly, you can see in lighter green, resident amenities and open spaces, organized adjacent to interior uses and architectural amenities. And in the lower right, you can see the new added park open space, which I'll touch on here in a second. And the goal here, as we've been describing the architecture and the site plan layout, again, is to create a very pedestrian-centric, walkable neighborhood. We're showing short-term bike parking along the edges, encouraging the use of bikes through our project. Leave your bike on the edges, walk in, and enjoy these very pedestrian-centric amenities. Kind of getting into the spaces themselves, really the project is anchored by our central open space, this central plaza, plus or minus 10,000 square feet. This is, we're really seeing this as a landmark space, not just for our project, but for the larger community. And so as we look at how this can be used by daily users, they're on the left, your average shoppers, folks going out for a bite to eat. It could also be, transformed into being used for larger community events, such as farmers markets, movie nights. Really, we wanted this central plaza to be open and flexible to allow for a variety of programming, again, not just for our project and users, but for the larger community. This site would be anchored by a large specimen tree, potentially like an open lawn for kind of passive hanging out, and a variety of seating, again, to create a very active heart for the project. Looking at the other spaces, these would be the more secondary community plazas, so smaller in scale, and characterized with the use of shade trees, opportunities for public art, variety of seating. These, of course, are located along that north-south pedestrian paseo. And as we talk about wanting this project being a very walkable, pedestrian-centric project, you can start to see, again, this network of paseos and corridors. And the imagery on the left starts to see the different design elements we'd want to use to make this feel very pedestrian-centric and bring it down to that human scale. So incorporating things like shade trees, enhanced materials, variety of seating, layered planting, all to create a very comfortable, walkable connection through our project from State Street down to La Cumbre Plaza Lane. Another layer of design we'll be incorporating are, thoughtful use of trees. We're still very much at preliminary stage in terms of planting design, but we think we can use trees in a very strategic way to provide identity and placemaking to our site. The purple symbols, we're thinking these are, specimen jacaranda trees, which we're all familiar with in Santa Barbara. These start to announce key corners of our project, as well as gateways into those pedestrian paseos. The yellow symbols would be landmark trees. So we would be coordinating this with the below ground parking, but really wanting to call attention to the larger open space plazas and anchoring these spaces with some kind of iconic specimen. The darker green symbols would represent the tree allays at the paseos, something similar to what you're seeing in the imagery. Again, just to create a very comfortable walking experience through the paseos. And the lighter green would be the street trees along the edges of our property, which we would be coordinating and complying with the City of Santa Barbara State Street Master Plan. And as been discussed today, our site design has included this additional open space park at the southeast corner of the site. And we see this as a great opportunity for a number of reasons. One, it makes sense as a kind of a logical space for potential stormwater management and helping facilitate that. But if we zoom out, it really starts to showcase how it becomes a connection to the larger context. So in the darker dashed lines, you can see the existing bike lanes and pedestrian trails with our proposed pedestrian and bike lanes shown in magenta. Again, really that park becomes kind of this centrally located nexus to these larger contextual connections, which is the goal here. And with that, I'll turn it over to Christine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Christine Perron, another architect. One, I just want to explain a little bit about the naming of the buildings. You'll hear us talk about buildings A1, A2, A3. Those are connected by bridges. That's why they have that naming convention. And then you'll see B, C, and D. I'm just going to take, now that we've covered the ground level, I'm going to take us up the upper floors. And here's level 2. And just want to quickly point out the additional, we're going into more private open space uses, but you can see here, even on Building A, substantial outdoor space, and then a courtyard there on Building B. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, and here we've identified a lot of amenity open space, and it includes both outdoor space with a pool, common space, fitness, and other kind of again, privately oriented amenity spaces for this new neighborhood. Level 6 then also has a fitness. Quickly, some of the typical unit plans. Studios are comprising about 14% of the total, and here you can see the average square foot range. We are looking to provide a variety of unit types that go from small to medium to a little bit larger to provide a lot of different types of opportunities. One bedrooms are roughly a little bit over half of the total, and you can see there again a spectrum of sizes. 2 bedrooms are about 30% of the total. And then 3 bedrooms are about 3% of the total. We know there's going to be interest in the public views of the mountains. So we did some photo simulations to show you what that will look like. So here we are on La Cumbra, looking towards the site. Current condition, you can see the bell tower beyond. And that's the new project. And here we are at Cayo Real and La Cumbra. Current, and then proposed. And then looking from Hope at this project site. Current with the parking lot. And proposed. And that is our new park in the foreground. We haven't worked out the program for it yet, so it's shown generically right now. And with that, I think I can turn this over to Daniel from David Baker. We might, Chair Balke, need a few more minutes. I think we're close.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Simons. I'm a principal at David Baker Architects. I've been working with the team on this really exciting project, and I'm going to kind of take you through a little bit more of the architecture of buildings A1, A2, and A3. Specifically, I think we really, Brian touched on it earlier, this idea of these sort of meandering spaces in Santa Barbara where you come around a corner and you discover a little outdoor space that has a restaurant or something, that trying to sort of recreate that in the new development. Oops, actually, I think this is Christine. Sorry.
I was so worried about time. I thought, I'll skip that. I'm going to quickly go through these. My apologies. So State and Hope, and these buildings are focused on the Santa Barbara tradition of architecture. View on State Street, looking at a corner of one of our paseos at State. And there you can see the new right-hand turn lane as well. Looking mid-block. And then looking at the new entry. Now, I'm going to turn it over to
Right back where I was a minute ago. So starting with the corner of Plaza and State, looking at the building, this is actually a view that's changed in response to the ARB comments. They felt that the height was a little too consistent. So we've varied the heights here. You can see from this view, we have portions of the building that are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and even a little bit of 6-story building. So really having that diversity visible. And then zooming in a little bit closer, one of the things that we knew about when we started the project is that we are going to have these residential units at grade on State Street, which is a particularly tricky design challenge. So we were thinking of them as live-work units where someone might have a business that they're running out of it. But zooming in a little bit more to the site plan, the idea is that these lofts have shared courtyards that you enter into that serve as a transition space between the busyness of State and the sort of quiet of home. Here's the rendering of that, showing the layering of landscaping that buffers from State Street and just off to the right, sort of into that shared courtyard between the two apartments. Moving around to the front of the project, we have this sort of meandering paseo that goes through the site where we focus most of the retail, and we wanted to signify that and welcome people from State. So by having the tallest portion of the building on State, and then the signature jacaranda that Scott was talking about, sort of give people the sense that there's something hidden down this mid-block passage that might be exciting and that they want to walk down. So coming around again, here's another view of that entrance into the arcade that takes you into the middle of the block. And then moving into that block to one of the smaller retail courtyards. We thought a lot about the scale of the kind of retail, this curated retail that the Taylors had talked about, small shops, interesting local businesses. So not big footprint, big box spaces, but these little intimate, and having the opportunity for these storefronts within it to be customized and personalized to sort of reflect the individual stores that might go into it. As we continue, the largest retail space in the middle, which is a plaza that we imagine is multi-use. There could be outdoor movie nights or events or farmers markets, other things that happen in this big plaza. So looking at that, again, those small retail spaces, and then the large tree in the middle, which we are going to take out some spaces in the parking to allow to actually get as big as it is shown in this rendering. And then just another view of that central plaza where we really kind of view this as the heart of the project, where people who live here are going to come down here, but then also we have that retail parking on grade that allows people, residents or neighbors to come in and people to ride their bikes here. So yeah, we're really excited about the project. It feels like, the general plan talks about this idea of this compact, vibrant, walkable, dense neighborhoods, and that's really what we were getting at. Spaces for people, not turning our back on the community, but creating a space within it that is really an enhancement and the kind of wonderful spaces that already exist in downtown, bringing those to uptown. So with that, I'm a little bit late, but we're ending our presentation. And I wanted to reiterate something that Brian said. This is really early in the design process. We really appreciate this preliminary ARB that we had and the preliminary review with you. We've already made some changes based on the ARB comments. We're really open to making more changes before we do our final. So looking forward to hearing what you have to say about the project and working with you to come up with something that everybody's really excited about.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Taylor, and your entire team for your presentation. We're going to turn it to the commission for questions. Who would like to have the first question? Oh, sorry, I keep wanting to go to you guys first. All right, never mind. Ms. Johnson, do we have any members of the public present that would like to comment?
Thank you, Chair Bauke. At this time, I do have 2 speaker slips, so I'll go ahead and start with Dustin Hoseth. If you could make your way up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, Planning Commissioners. My name is Dustin Hoyseth, and I'm the Public Policy Manager with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, which represents businesses from Glida to Carpinteria. I'm here today to express the Chamber's support for the neighborhood at State and Hope. Lack of local housing supply continues to be one of the biggest concerns of businesses in the region due to the constraint it is placing on their workforce needs. This is having a serious and visible impact on our local economy. That is why it is so important that we realize new housing projects in the city, especially projects like this one, that are so appropriate for our local workforce. Housing at La Cumbre Plaza has been envisioned by the Chamber and the city for a very long time now. Given the current conditions, now seems that the time is finally right. This project presents an amazing opportunity to re-envision what is currently an underutilized site. This isn't just a proposal for much-needed housing, it is the creation of a new neighborhood. As the Chamber, we are very supportive of the positive impact this project will have by bringing new customers to the existing businesses within the mall and the surrounding area, as well as this project's proximity to many local employers. All these reasons are why this project was long since identified in the Chamber's Roadmap to Recovery, which includes a list of projects that will not only help us to meet the region's housing supply needs, but to also do so in a way that is appropriate for the local workforce and our surrounding communities. Additionally, the Chamber is currently in the process of creating an employer-sponsored housing consortium with a group of local employers. This consortium will allow employers as a group to secure housing for their employees, with the consortium entity managing the relationship between employers, employees, and developers and property owners. This program is a win-win for everyone as it streamlines the relationship between employers and developers. It removes the administrative burdens put on employers that are looking to offer employer-sponsored housing, and it guarantees that new housing goes to our local workforce. The State and Hope project was one of the early partners who came to the table to work with us on the formation of this project. Partners like them are key to the success of this new approach to ensure workforce housing. We ask that you please support this project as it is a perfect fit for the city of Santa Barbara and our needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Steve Fort. If you could make your way up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, thank you, Chair Bauke and Commissioners. Steve Fort, homeowner in the San Roque neighborhood, Grove Lane. We support housing on the site, and we hope the project, we hope this results in a project that provides much-needed affordable housing and market-rate housing amenities for the neighborhood and helps to revitalize the Upper State Street area. It is a big project. It's a little exciting and scary. Maybe not as scary as only 2 speaker slips being here, but anyway. And along those lines, and Brian touched on it, you know, we're a little disheartened that the specific plan was pushed aside, however you want to put that. Thought the overall site would be well served by a specific plan, but here we are today. Happy to see that they are absorbing and incorporating comments that they heard from the ABR. I did watch that hearing and really took to heart some of the comments by Richard Six, among others, about the massing and the articulation being looked at to improve the street frontages and ensure the quality of those interior plazas and those paseo spaces. So we understand that's evolving, and I'm glad to see that even today there were things that I hadn't seen on the plan, the park and some other changes along State Street. And hope it continues to evolve because those streetscapes are really important to how it functions and how this becomes an amenity on Upper State Street, along with those public spaces that we truly hope are useful and available, useful and inviting and get used by the general public as well as the residents that will be there. And speaking of residents, glad to hear, and I'm not surprised that efforts are still churning forward with regard to additional affordable units that are than what was in the original application, and hope they partner with whoever they can, housing authorities or people's self-help or some of the efforts that the Chamber is making with local employers, you know, with all these units proposed and not so hung up on the height limit being exceeded, but, you know, there's going to be a lot of impacts, construction, traffic, a lot more people, but though the eyes and ears on State Street is definitely welcome. But we just want to make sure that the community and the neighborhood is getting something in return, and we hope that affordable conversation continues and continues upward. Glad to see the project evolving, and, you know, we think it has the potential to be a focal point for Upper State. We have faith in this team here of people that I know and work with, and city staff and you folks, that we'll get to a project that is an amenity for Upper State. Thank you.
And thank you.
Okay, at this time, I don't have any further speaker slips, and I'm not seeing any movement, so I'll go ahead and move to virtual public comment.
Yep, we have one more.
One more speaker slip.
Hi, my name's Nick. I had a bunch of notes about, the benefits of the area, being able to get to downtown and Goleta easily with all the bus lines, easy access to grocery stores. We talked about that. I just have 2 main points I want to make. One, we need to build more housing in Santa Barbara. I've lived here most of my life, but I don't think I'm going to be able to afford to live here as an adult unless I'm living with my parents forever. And second, there's a lack in the Upper State neighborhood of just communal public areas for people to gather. There's La Cumbre Plaza. I pass through there all the time, but it's pretty dead a lot of the time. And with 600-something new units, there will be a lot more people to shop there. Can bring back more businesses. So I'm a big fan of the project, and I hope it goes through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any further speaker slips, and I'm not seeing any movement, so I'll move to virtual public comment. I do have a couple of hands raised at this time, so I'm going to go ahead and start with Pedro Toscano. I'm going to give you permission to speak, and you'll just have to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this. My name is Pedro Toscano. I'm a member of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I live in the area, and I also work and recreate in this vicinity of this project. My family and myself and the members that I represent, we patronize the businesses in this neighborhood. I believe that we will be impacted by the environmental impacts of the project. With that, the city should require the project to be built with contractors that will hire locally paid and pay prevailing wage and utilize apprenticeships from state certified apprenticeship training programs. Workforce requirements reduce construction-related environmental impacts while benefiting the local economy and workforce development. In a recent study, 2020, report titled Putting California on the High Road, a Jobs and Climate Action Plan for 2030, the California Workforce Development Board concluded that investments in growing, diversifying, and upskilling California's workforce can positively affect returns on climate mitigation efforts. The South Coast Air Quality Management District recently found that the local higher requirements can result in air pollutant reductions. Recently, the state of California reiterated its commitment towards encouraging workforce developments and housing affordability through the Affordable Housing and High Roads Jobs Act of 2022, otherwise known as Assembly Bill 2011, which requires projects to pay workers a prevailing wage and hire from state-certified apprenticeship programs for projects meeting certain sitting, affordability, and development standards. My phone number is 805-328-8005. If anybody is curious about AB 2011, I would like to inform you how this bill will benefit this project. It offers a lot of incentives for the developer. It will bring the cost down, and it will streamline the process without going through CEQA. Okay? Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Okay, up next, we'll have Fred Sweeney. So I'm going to go ahead and give you permission to speak, and you'll just have to unmute yourself. We can't hear you. If you want to try unmuting yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Fred Sweeney. As Mr. Cornell knows, I'm watching this project very carefully. I'm very encouraged by the fact we're going to get some housing. Not sure it's going to be really affordable, but we're going to get housing. I was the architect that designed the building at State and Hope for what is now the Wells Fargo Bank and Bank of Montecito, so I know this area quite well. I would just encourage you to pay attention to Mr. Ford's letter and to Mr. Jordan's letter and to Ms. Saley's letter that you all received. I think those are critical as we move this project through the review process. And yes, it's unfortunate that we weren't able to do a specific plan for all of La Cumbre Plaza. Thank you.
Okay, up next, we have Steve Johnson. I'm going to go ahead and give you permission to speak, and you'll just have to unmute yourself.
There it is. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks for this opportunity. I have two simple questions. The applicant certainly has a spreadsheet showing projected rents for every single unit in the project. I would like to know how many of those units will be market rate moderate income. Market rate moderate income. In the last 20 years, the number of market rate moderate income AUD units that have been produced has been 0. And I'm wondering if this project will have more than 0. If it is going to have more than 0, what magic did the applicant come up with to come up with that? The other related question is, in the housing inventory from the housing element, this project is shown with a projected number of moderate income units of only 13. Now, I think that must be a data entry error. I think the correct number must be more like 130. The project at 3845 State, the Sears project, has got was over 150, I think, moderate income units. Why would this project have only 13 shown in the site inventory? Let's just assume it is 130. Then you've got a problem that you can't approve this project because it's not showing 130 moderate income units. Housing policy 15 requires the city to track units. If they're not producing the number of units as shown in the site inventory, you can't approve them unless something else happens, and I'll let staff describe that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
At this time, I don't see any further hands raised, but we did receive 15 written correspondence, which were distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Bauke.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all the public who spoke. Next, we're going to move to commissioner questions of the applicant and staff. So who would like to start that process? Commissioner Wiscombe will be first, followed by Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to all the applicant team. You did a fantastic job. You reduced my questions by about half, I think. So I'm just kind of going through the staff report. On page 1, it mentions senior option units, and I just wondered, would someone tell me what senior option units are? I didn't quite understand that. That's in the description of the project. Very low income affordable units, senior option units, market rate units. Is that just?
Yeah, it's.
You have to.
Mic,
I'm sorry, you have
please.
to come up here, Mr. Taylor. Thanks.
Excuse me. So the idea behind the senior option units is to have a more diverse group of people that would be able to be here. We had a building that was shaping up to look like it would work well as a senior-specific housing project, but again, the variables of what that should look like in the future, we decided to have it analyzed as non-restricted to senior for related impacts, and then we would make a business decision later now. So our current application shouldn't have that specifically in there anymore.
Okay, but if you did go back to senior option units, are they deed restricted or are they?
Yes, it would be in theory a deed restricted with different requirements and parking.
Okay, thank you. And you can stay there because I think I might, if I just can go down my list, I might have. I think you were the one that said that you were talking to the City Housing Authority.
We are.
Okay, So would that be, in your discussions with the City Housing Authority, is that for additional deed-restricted affordable housing? Or is that kind of where you're going in those conversations?
Yeah, exact form and function, TBD. The mechanism in which it could get done is probably not through the traditional planning process, but, we've had a series of meetings with the Housing Authority. I think we're meeting again on Monday next week.
Good.
So it's,
Okay.
yeah, it's something that we're acutely aware of and working on with them.
Okay.
But, best solution here is something we're all ears for, so.
Right, okay, great, okay, thank you for that. And just see if I have anything. This is just a detailed question. There's permeable paving as shown on the drawings. Is that, are we doing a lot of areas of permeable paving that?
Yes, and again, still in flux, depending on where stormwater is going to
No,
run
I
and everything
understand
else.
this is concept review, but,
Yeah, so if it sits on top of a parking podium, it's not very useful, so it's decorative. If it sits on ground, we can work on infiltration and other things like that. We have been rearranging that to maximize our opportunities.
okay, and then solar panels? You're doing
course.
solar, yeah, okay. Okay, and I think that's it. I want to ask some more questions. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Ms. Price, you said, and I'm confused by this, that staff hearing officer would review the mitigated negative declaration, and that PC, if there was a full-blown EIR, PC would do it. And then you said, that goes back to ABR, and you said the ABR decision is appealable to Planning Commission. I don't understand that. Isn't it appealable to City Council? We have Single-Family Design Board. We don't have ABR, right?
Through the chair and Commissioner Lodge, that's correct. That's a recent change.
A recent change. What do you?
Single-family design board, you have review
Right,
authority,
that's a
but-
recent change, but we are not the appeal body for ABR.
Correct.
City Council is. Okay, yeah, okay.
I apologize, I misstated that.
I just wanted to make sure I was confused by that question. And I want to go over again the deed restricted affordable. I want to know exactly how many units it has to be. I know 54 of them have to be moderate income. But if they're doing 642 units and they're using state density bonus, could you go through the calculations again? Because I'm hearing two different kinds of numbers, one from one commissioner who did it and one that I did, and they're both different.
Yes, just a moment, Chair. I'm going to bring up that section of the staff report that includes the calculations. So it is a bit confusing because the state density bonus is calculated based on base allowed density. So the allowed density for the base density for the site is 62 units per acre. That's determined by the AUD process. The average unit size is 824 square feet. A table in the zoning code provides that the allowed density, then the base density is 62 units per acre. That equates to 540 units. That's the base density.
Right, I understand. That's under the AUD program, yeah?
Correct.
So that's 54, under our AUD program, that's 54 moderate deed-restricted units, moderate income deed-restricted units.
No. Chair Bucky, through Chair Bucky to Commissioner Wiscombe, 50, that's just the straight density allowed on the site, market rate units. So the base density is 540 units. The applicant is proposing 5% of the base density at very low, so that is 27 units. In exchange for providing that 5% of units at very low, they get a density bonus that adds 108 units to the base units, so 540 plus 108. That equals a total allowed density of 648 units.
642, yeah.
Well, the calculation is 648, the applicant is proposing 642.
Okay, I'm really confused now. Our AUD program requires 10% deed restricted moderate income units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then why does this not have 10% of the 540 units that are allowed under the 62 units per acre in our AUD program?
Yes, I'm sorry, I misstated that. So the applicant is proposing 642
I'm asking you what
units.
the requirement is.
The
not what
requirement is 10%. The applicant has not yet proposed that. They have proposed 5%.
Okay, so they are required by our AUD program to have 54, if they're building, they're required to have 54 units deed restricted moderate income. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then can you tell me from there, walk me through the next step, which is their state density bonus? They get their, what is it, an extra 108 units. I always thought that then they had to do, isn't it 10% of that for very low for state density bonus?
Very low is also a category.
Please come to the mic.
Very quickly, the state bonus density laws have a sliding scale.
Right.
So you can provide 5% very low, 5% moderate, 10% very low, on all the way through. We are proposing 5% low, very low, to get a 20% bonus density. So again, that's just one segment of it. But the affordable is always based on the base density.
So, okay, so if it's I'm just want to be clear, because this is kind of clear as mud as we go on based on what you proposed versus what's required. So if you're using that state density bonus and you have to, and you're saying you're going to provide, you're going to the sliding scale of, we're going to provide 5% very low.
27 very low income.
That's 27 plus 54. Is that right? That's the calculation I had, 81.
I think that at this point, all I can say is, we proposed the idea in the first place, just to be clear, that we were ultimately providing 10%, which the argument was we were meeting the city's standard. The city's saying, no, we need 10%, period. That's where our position is, and we're in that place right now, and we welcome your comments about that.
Okay, so you're providing 50, you're proposing 54. But if you use,
No, we're proposing 10, yes, that's correct. Overall, we're proposing 54 units, 27 very low, the remaining would be moderate.
okay,
The city's saying, no, sorry, you got to provide 54 moderate and 27 very low.
right, for
And-
81.
And that's, right now, frankly, just a difference of opinion that I'm sure will work out.
Okay, because that's the calculation that I got was 81 units. Okay, so, and I think,
Chair Bauke and Commissioner Wiscombe,
please.
that's something that we'll be working out with their legal team.
okay, I mean, it seems to me this isn't an issue that's up for grabs or negotiation.
As far as the city attorney's office is concerned, no.
Thank you. Okay. I mean, you're getting, well, I don't want to go into comments, but you're getting trade-offs to use state density bonus. So that's, okay. Enough said with that. Okay. Oh, and one of the questions that I sent to Ms. Arciniega was, I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure I did it correctly, so if the roof of the total development were flat, what square footage percentage is in each of the heights? Did I make that clear as mud when I said that?
Thank you, Commissioner Wiscombe. It was clear.
Okay.
We put those numbers together this morning, and we put them together in one way, and we're certainly welcome to providing it in different ways. So we looked at it as roof, as a percentage of the entire site. When it's over 75 feet, that's about 2%. And I'm rounding, so when you add these up, it comes to 104, so.
Over 75 feet is 2%
2%.
of, just so the commissioners understand, the question I asked, if this were all flat roofs, the buildings are articulated, they're different heights, and different setbacks. But at any rate, what percentage of the roof is at each one of those heights? Yeah.
Right, so we sliced it using the city's methodology for determining height, which is complicated. But, so about 2% is over 75 feet, about 24% is over 60 feet, and that's inclusive of, not exclusive of the over 75, if that makes sense.
That's
We're just saying
exclusive.
No, if we were talking about 60 to 75, it would be 22%.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just stepping down
Right.
this,
Okay.
this rule of what's over these heights.
Mm-hmm.
If it's over 50 feet, that's about 33%, and over 45 is about 45%. So what that is saying is a lot of the project is still under 45 feet. Does that help?
Yeah, I'm just looking, yeah, I haven't added up the percentages yet, but,
It's 104, sorry.
okay.
That was me rounding.
Okay, that's great, thank you. You've answered that, that question. So 45% is,
Over the 45-foot, and that's all inclusive. So we have substantial percentage under the 45 feet.
right, okay. So 55% is under 45 feet is what you're really, is kind of what you're saying, or 45 feet or under?
It's, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the answer to that question. Okay. And then I'd asked, I guess we got the percentage of the proposed open space instead of the building, so we have that. Okay. So this question, I'm not even sure we can analyze this, but the applicant, a part of the PRT said the applicant needs to confirm that parking demand for the entire La Cumbre Plaza is being met. And how does one do that, given the uncertainty of some spaces? I mean, we have leases there that go, as Mr. Taylor said at the site visit, till 2077. So, so will it, hi, Ms. Grant. So will it simply consider what exists there now and include the new development, or what? Is that, if you're asking them to do that?
Yeah, Commissioner Wiscombe, through the chair, yes, that's exactly where we're looking at the existing uses that are still at La Cumbre Plaza, because before there was a shared parking agreement. We feel that the existing plaza is overparked and can still meet all the zoning requirements, but there's just a process for that, so we've been in communication with the applicant team to analyze that. And then the goal is to not overpark the proposed development. Parking equals more traffic, and we're trying to get that delicate balance of kind of a mix of uses, because this is a mixed-use development where if parking could be shared, depending upon peak demands, et cetera, and try to get the right fit. Because as you know, parking takes up a lot of space, and it can be used for other uses. So that's what we're continuing to work with the applicant team on.
Okay, so, yeah, and then also the staff report said staff is requesting an evaluation of shared parking between commercial and residential. And so that's intended perhaps to reduce the amount of parking you have on the site.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's good. Then I won't ask that question. So, Chair Bowski, you want me to ask this framework for a master plan question? Applicant must include in the formal application a framework for a master plan for the larger site. So who determines the components in the framework? Who reviews it? And given the length of some leases, is this a requirement that can be waived? That's a three-part question. It seems to me it's unless staff is really specific about what it's going to include, it's based on the fact that we have leases out there till 2077. I don't know.
Chair Belkey to Commissioner Wiscombe. The call for a framework for the specific plan is an implementation action to be considered under Land Use Element Policy LG 15. It does include a list of items to be considered, including transit, parking, circulation, in east-west circulation, I believe, and open space. And so those are topics that we are asking the applicant to provide some insight on how they think, where those things could be located in the entire shopping center and in relation to their proposed development.
Okay, so it's those specific things, so it's...
Correct.
Okay. It's not the uses of, a master plan normally considers the uses of buildings and spaces and things like that. So this is not, you're more transportation, pedestrian, that...
Correct. The implementation action focuses on the infrastructure.
Okay, good. Okay. And then you covered the evaluation of the views of the mountains. That was very well done, thank you. And you talked about that. I am done with my questions, thank you.
All right. Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The staff report says a determination regarding the level of environmental review required pursuant to CEQA will be made after the formal application is submitted. A Planning Commission public hearing on the draft environmental document will be held as required under the code. In the past, the Planning Commission has had a role in determining what the EIR will cover, and that is not going to happen.
Through the chair to Commissioner Lodge, an initial study would be prepared. Staff anticipates that we would use an environmental consultant to prepare that document. And that initial study then would be presented to the Planning Commission during a public meeting for the acceptance of public comments.
Okay, so we will have a chance to provide input into the EIR. Is that correct?
Chair Balke to the commission, yes.
Okay.
It's part of the scoping.
Okay, thank you. The applicant's letter, but this is a question for staff, says that at this time we are not requesting an incentive or concession, but reserve the right to do so as the project progresses through the entitlement process. However, they're asking for very significant waivers, such as to the height limit. What is the difference as a practical matter between incentives or concessions and waivers?
Chair Balke to Commissioner Lodge. I can't quote you the exact definitions, but there are specific number of incentives and concessions provided under state density bonus that can be requested, and waivers are unlimited.
Waivers are unlimited?
Yes, so long as they are necessary to allow the project to be built at the density entitled by state law.
Wow. Okay, thank you. Okay, now for the developer, or for the architect, actually, Mr. Kernall?
Or one of us.
Yes, I specified. The project is requesting a waiver of the required 15% net lot area requirement by a one-third reduction. And looking at I was looking at level 1 open yard plan. Now, this is what was submitted, with the application. And apparently, there's a large one that looks as if it's a paseo that it showed on one of your slides.
Yeah, maybe we should put up the site plan. That's fine.
Yeah, on one of them, it's the paseo that ends at the letter B in La Cumbre Plaza Lane and goes up and swings over. And there's one of the slides where it's shown in a color indicating it's open yard.
Do we have that in Scott's slides?
I have it, yeah.
So how would that be utilized as open
Yeah.
yard for the
Let me
residents?
Christine has been the one who created this slide, so I'm going to let her answer this question, even though, well,
Christine.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. There's a distinction made, and it's confusing, between open yard, which is language out of the AUD program, which is private. There, under the general plan, there's also a provision for open space, which is public. So when you see the blue open space, it's available to the public.
Right.
When you see the purple, it is open yard, it's available to the residents. And what we're showing here and trying to demonstrate is the amount of open space available to the public as it differentiates from what's available to the residents privately. Is that your question?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that does answer it. So since it's at grade, will there be gates or?
I imagine we'll
something
be
like that?
studying some gates and ways to secure that private area so that it can be secure for the people living here. Yes, exactly. And this is an interesting project. I don't, when we've dedicated so much of our ground level for public use, that's not typical. I think most of these projects that you would see, all of this open area would be dedicated to the residents only, and you would not have created this public experience. And that has what's kind of put a burden on us for our required waiver on the private use, because we're not allowed to count those in the numbers, even though in reality, one of these residents will take advantage of the paseos and plazas open to the public, just as if it had been private. And so that's really where that waiver is happening and why. But we do feel we're providing quite a bit of private open space that we showed you on the upper levels, on this level. And what we're not allowed to calculate into this is the substantial amount of private decks that the project will also have.
So the private, are you talking about private decks, or you seem to have added a lot of private balconies, very small ones?
Those were in that original plan, yes.
Oh,
we
they
did.
were in the
Yeah.
original?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's in as a part of the private space as defined. But it's shown there to demonstrate that we're doing quite a bit of that, but we're not allowed to include that area under the AUD program. Because if we didn't provide every apartment a private deck, if we had 639 private decks, but one without, we're not allowed to use the private decks in those calculations. Something would be nice to change.
Okay, let's see, don't go away. On one of the sheets in the plans that were with the staff report, Building C2 has a porte cochere, a lobby, and valet parking.
Correct.
It's going to be a hotel?
That was an earlier design concept when we were studying some of those senior options and what might work best for that type of use. Now that we're trying to be a little bit more generic at this point, we have eliminated that valet, and that has turned into more residential uses. And I think that's where I put the leasing office. We've kept the valet, well, it's not valet, but the drop-off pickup. And this is a part of working with transportation. This is going to help off State Street, off of Hope Street for pickup and drop-offs, and also for Amazon and other loading needs.
The building itself will be residential?
The building's residential.
Okay.
No hotels. I
No,
promise.
thank you. We don't need any more hotel rooms. Okay, I think those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Boss.
Thank you. I don't know how I have many questions left, but I am really excited about the opportunity for this new neighborhood and the image that Mr. Kernal showed outlining the space as more than a city block was really helpful for framing and context. So thank you. A question for staff. I understand there's not a limit to state waivers, but is there a difference between waiver and concession? Can you explain that?
Council?
Commissioner Balke, Commissioner Boss, they're very similar. So it's just they're waiving development standards, and part of the way that the differences is how we look at it with regards to the definition of when we can object to an incentive and when we can object to a waiver.
Thank you. One of the categories was relationship of project to surrounding area, and I know our schools are concerned about being impacted. Can we talk about how the site would support the schools, if it's through property taxes, otherwise?
So schools, excuse me, Chair Balke to Commissioner Boss, schools is one of the issue areas that will be considered as part of the environmental analysis. And so we will be working, this project is located in the Hope School District. We will be working with the school district to evaluate the impact of school and how that can be addressed.
Thank you. And this is our only bite at the apple. So I want to, is there anything that we can get at this point?
We've not begun that evaluation, so we don't have information on, to quantify the impact at this point.
Okay. You may also not have this. In terms of environmental, in the staff report on page 8, it says measures will be required to protect biological and creek resources to ensure consistency with resource protection policies. Does that come with environmental review as well, or anything we can share today?
Chair Balke to Commissioner Boss, there are existing policies included in the general plan and in other city adopted regulations that would apply to the project as standard conditions. There may be additional requirements that would come up as mitigation as part of environmental review.
Thank you. And without seeing the detail around parking, is there a requirement for like electric vehicle charging stations? Okay. Thank you.
There is.
And then under open space, so the view of the park space or the open space, I understand it was kind of a placeholder, but it didn't look like a park to me. Can you talk more about how it could look like an inviting park instead of just a small space?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we're very early on in the design stage. We're essentially showing it somewhat diagrammatically at this point. As I mentioned, we see it as an opportunity to act as an open space, also help facilitate some stormwater management on site, and really serve as a larger connection to adjacent open space bike trail connections. In terms of design elements itself within the park space, we're just not there yet, but we'll continue to explore that with the team.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Barnwell. Yes, you.
Thank you, Chair. When we talk about we don't want to be overparked, and we have some units which are have minimum parking space, they have parking space requirements for different types of units, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3, we have different parking space requirements. Do some of them have no parking space requirements, as we do, for example, with an AD unit in the back of a house, there are no parking requirements? Are some of these in that category?
Commissioner Burdenwell, through the chair, all the uses have parking requirements in this area, being in the Upper State Street area. So at a minimum, it's 1 parking space per the studio, 1 bedroom, and 2 bedroom units.
Okay, so now I want to compare code versus use. it's probably true that the use component of a two-bedroom is, the need is more than one parking stall. But the code requirement is only one parking stall. So when we use the term overparked, are we defining that by the code definition of overparked or by the actual use definition? In other words, okay, well, if you understand that, yeah.
Yes, I understand that, and that goes to years of discussions, I think, with the average density program and the iterativeness, if that's a word, through the years of that program and analysis. So I think originally we did have a higher demand for more than one bedroom units, which would have been 2 parking spaces. But at the time, during the policy reviews with Planning Commission and City Council, and I'd have to find kind of the past hearings for all of that, but there, from a policy standpoint, that was to be reduced to 1 parking space to try to incentivize housing in our city.
Yes, but my actual specific question is when we use the term parking demand, we're going by the code requirements of what each unit wants rather than what each unit would indeed use.
Oh, I see. So thank you. I misunderstood that portion of the question. There's a zoning ordinance requirement, and then, yes, parking demand. Sometimes, depending upon uses, demand could be less than a zoning requirement, and sometimes it could be more. And that's why we ask for a professional analysis for parking demand analysis, so we can review and evaluate and have that information for the Planning Commission as they evaluate the project.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question regarding parking, you said that there were some benefits associated with the overall plaza having parking demands that gave benefit to, could you explain that a little bit?
The Coimbra Plaza in its entirety, when it was constructed, basically it's a gigantic parking lot surrounding it, and there are, as Taylor explained, that there's a mix of ownership, et cetera, but the plaza itself was all shared parking at the time. And so we're trying to just understand what the resulting part of the plaza is that that meets the demand still for that. And so when we subtract that piece that was on the Macy's side, that again was shared with the other uses, that we're still leaving the rest of the plaza whole in terms of their parking demand.
So it hasn't really been settled yet, these numbers are
No,
in
no,
flux.
that's what,
Okay.
so that was what was disclosed in the pre-application, and as they move, if they move forward on a formal application review, that's what we'll be analyzing with the team.
Okay. One other question. Well, I don't know who answers this, but we talk about public space. And sometimes it requires a deed comment that this is public space. How are we controlling, I'll use this simple word, traffic flow or pedestrian passage through this, quote, open space? Can you walk through there at midnight? Can you, or like you can on a public sidewalk? Or is this closed off? What kind of, how is that public space truly open 24/7 to the public?
We can chime in on both. I'll answer it from a circulation perspective. As we're reviewing, so all of the right-of-way improvements, State Street adjacent Hopes, along Hope, that's all public. And then I would say the quasi-public review of how it circulates now, I think they had a graphic, but with the kind of the bike lanes and sidewalk infrastructure, basically everything surrounding the property, we'd anticipate that would be more of a public use. But with respect to all the paseos and all of that, I think that's to be determined through the formal application review if there's certain parts that are gated from just general public access. But with the nature of the project and it being mixed use and commercial uses, we'd anticipate during the business hours of all of those uses that is open for the public as designed.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wardrow.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'll start with some questions for the applicant, Mr. Taylor. Thank you. I very much appreciated attending your open house, so thank you for doing that. And I just wanted to get some anecdotal feedback on kind of what are the biggest things that people you're hearing from that engagement are excited about, and what are kind of the biggest concerns or requests that you receive from hosting that event?
Yeah, great question. The biggest concerns, of course, revolved around transportation, parking impacts, the surrounding neighborhood, and those kinds of things, which actually to us was a little bit of a surprise. That was the primary focus. The most exciting things for folks was, new uses, restaurants, things that people can go to in an activated, exciting area for them to go in Uptown.
Great. Well, I think a lot of people are very excited about this. Understanding that there's a likelihood that there will be a lot of families, hopefully, that are able to reside in this, and you guys have added an additional, hopefully, park area. Have you considered adding like a playground or something that's interactive for families?
So, yes, when it comes to finalizing that program, especially for that small park, that pocket park there, playground is a great idea for it. Also, interior, that private amenity space that we have labeled there, some of it is flexible enough to work as, interior daycare. It's all operationally dependent, though, on the community once it's actually there. But yes, that is ideal, is that we have families here as well.
Great. And then, I appreciated Commissioner Wiscom's questions on affordability. It sounds like this discussion on how many affordable units will be offered is still underway, and that you are looking at a number of options, including potential employee-sponsored partnerships that you're working through with the Chamber. So is that correct? This is all still being worked out?
That's correct, and it's all still being worked out. And again, mechanism that is used to do this versus a typical planning application and then other agreements that could happen with the Chamber or the Housing Authority would require something else with that. So again, in negotiations and trying to make sure we have a good solution here.
Great. Are there any further details that you could share about your discussions with the Chamber and workforce housing? Obviously, that's really exciting. I appreciated your slide noting, the importance of local employers and how this, centrally located site could make a difference on that. If now is not the time, that's okay. I just
Yeah, it is preliminary in details, but one of the biggest things about getting employers excited about this specific project, not just the program, which is so key for our community, is delivery date. And making sure the sooner the better for them, so they can have something to rely on, make a financial commitment, and we can commit to them and they can commit to us. So when we have dates certain, we can do a lot more.
Great. And then based on the whatever level of affordability and the numbers that you end up working on, do you have a sense of how many of those units will be the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom, just from a percentage perspective?
Yeah, the mix right now has, again, this kind of goes into this parking question as well, but a lot of them have like a junior 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom configuration. We do have a very few number of 3s because it does trigger additional parking demand. But we like a 2-bedroom plus den. The den can be an oopsie room. You ended up having another kid or something like that, and you're able to stay in the same place you are. The same thing with the junior 1-bedroom too for a couple.
Great. And then, understanding our community's dire need around affordable housing, are you open to continuing to consider all options on how to increase the percentage of affordable units at, varied income levels?
Yeah, absolutely. So long as it doesn't have a, detrimental effect on what this project turns out to be because of, one thing or another, we are all ears. It's a math equation for us at the end of the day to make sure we have a viable project that will be vibrant for the community at the same time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I have a couple questions for staff. And I apologize if I missed this, but understanding concerns around circulation and traffic. So my understanding is once we get into the environmental phase of this, there will be a full traffic study done, and we'll have the opportunity to review that, but can you remind me which commission is going to review that and at what stage in this process?
Yeah. Yes. I just blanked on your last name. Wardwell, I apologize, Commissioner Wardwell. As far as for the traffic, reminder that for level of service review, that is no longer part of the environmental review process. That's vehicle miles traveled is the new CEQA threshold. So for traffic analysis, we're reviewing at a policy level. And we do anticipate that we do look at the existing uses, and because of the sheer size and square footage of the Macy's site, there will be a lot of trip credits associated with this development. But again, this is what we analyze at a staff level during the DART review process. And then as far as for the staff report and policy review, it's basically through the staff report process that the traffic analysis would be provided.
And so that staff report goes to which commission? Because that wasn't included in this staff report.
Commissioner Borla, through the chair, yes, we are at the conceptual level, so we don't have that information yet. With the formal application, traffic study will be required, and the staff report and analysis would go to the staff hearing officer for
Great.
Consideration with the tentative map.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I'm very excited about the bike lanes. So question, does the bike lane, is it going to be connecting to the Auburn Trail, like in a safe fashion going over that crazy freeway? Because I used to bike over there and it's a little nuts.
Thank you, Commissioner Wardwell, through the chair. For the bicycle network right now, and then for the nexus for this project is really site-specific of the improvements that can be made on site. So that's been a lot of the emphasis, but then also those connections to the larger overall bicycle network. And so, like the La Cumbre Plaza connection is a really important one. And then we're continuing on to look at connections to the Auburn Trail, but this project would not trigger that connection. It's something that we need to be looking at a larger capital improvement level.
Okay. Well, thank you for explaining that. And then last question, again, I think this is more geared towards, what is the city doing to kind of complement the significant infrastructure project that's going to go in and hopefully support lots of families? Is there going to be work done to ensure like safe routes to schools for kids? Because obviously adding a ton of families to this area, that's a high traffic area, and bringing in a ton more cars. And I assume some kids are going to still want to walk to school given the proximity. Is that something that the city staff will be working on?
Yes, that will be something that we will be analyzing, again, for having safe connections across State Street, across Hope, and then looking at the overall safe routes to school network. We just recently, as a city, received $800,000 from the U.S. Department of Transportation for safe routes, a safety action plan that's going to look at all of our safe routes to school citywide, and this is going to be a 2-year effort, hopefully kicking off this summer, and so we'll be hearing lots of discussions with that. And we anticipate from that effort that there will be a lot of future capital improvements as a result of that effort to strengthen all safe routes to school.
All right, thank you. That's the remainder of my questions.
Okay, Commissioner Lodge must have a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there are a couple more that I forgot to ask. The EIR, this is for staff, I assume the EIR can only be about this project. It can't consider the impacts of any of the further development of La Cumbre Plaza.
Correct. The environmental document would apply to just the project description for this project.
Okay, and your what to expect slide included legal legal ad of land use hearing. What does that refer to?
Through the chair to Commissioner Lodge. So the city's noticing requirements require a legal ad in the newspaper. It is the Voice newspaper now that the legal ad gets posted in, and that would be for the land use hearing, which is the staff hearing officer hearing for approval of the tentative map.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner DeLucia.
I forgot to put myself in queue. I actually turned my mic on, and I thought I was like in queue. You thought I wasn't going to ask any questions. I do have some questions, believe it or not, that may perhaps have not been asked. Can I ask Mr. Taylor, can I ask you a question? And I didn't make it to the open house. I did show up at the open house. It was so crowded, I sort of did not
Apologies.
go to it. But you said that one of the, my fellow commissioner asked what was a couple of the triggers that came up at that meeting. You said you're surprised that it was parking, traffic, and circulation.
Yes, and I say I was surprised that it was mostly only that. That was the big thing is, we were expecting, some pushback on things like height and the nature of the project and just, some dramatic change for the neighborhood. And it was not the reaction we were expecting.
Yeah, because that's one of my biggest concerns. One of my concerns, because I believe everything we're addressing here, thank you for all the work that's been done so far. We're addressing a lot of the stuff as a question to do mostly with the internal functioning of the project. Is that correct? I know that perhaps some minor things have been done outside by proposing, let's say, a right-hand turn lane onto Hope Avenue.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, our project goal is always to design a project in place that works with the existing configuration of the, La Cumbre Plaza, the rest of it that exists there, and the neighboring businesses, and then something would also work in the future for whatever changes take place. So that's a tenement of good design.
So you do have on board, I believe, a consulting firm for traffic. Is that correct?
It's right there.
There you go.
Would you like him up here?
We'll see. I know you've done a park and demand study, haven't you?
We have done a variety of studies, like
Okay,
parking demand,
maybe-
traffic, and other things. And depending on commercial uses that we have in there as well, what type of internal factor we can count on, those types of things, yes.
Okay. Has staff, and what involvement has staff had so far? Have you looked at these reports? Or I imagine that would help you as we go to the next step to see what kind of environmental work we're going to do, correct?
Absolutely. And we have reviewed the initial analysis preliminarily, but the initial traffic analysis and the parking analysis has not been accepted yet at a staff level. We need more information, and so that's what has been outlined in the pre-application process.
Okay, and then the other thing, during the open house, did housing come up, concern about affordable housing?
Oh, of course. Everybody has a different idea about what it should be at the site.
Okay.
So that was
And
definitely something that came up.
I understand, thank you for my other fellow commissioner going through, is it 81 units, staff is saying of affordable housing would be needed, and you guys are proposing 54, so you're going to work, you'll be working that out?
Yeah,
with
we'll
staff.
be working that out, that's correct.
Okay, and as far as the open yard space goes, I think you're proposing, you're getting a waiver on that. I think you're going at 36,000 versus 56. Does that include the, what I'll call that the 10,000 square feet of gathering space? Is that included in, it's not?
No, we have nearly 3 acres of this site at grade level dedicated to everybody, not just our residents.
So, because that's public space, so it cannot be counted as part of the, that open space?
That's correct. It cannot be counted under AUD as the open yard.
And then you're going to do another 10,000 of park space?
Yes, but that also sits in the open space category and not open yard.
I don't want to belabor this. Can maybe Christine can come up? Sorry, I'm using first names. I'll really butcher the last names, you guys know.
Well,
and the former
Commissioner
city,
DeLucia, you're the hardest, maybe.
I'm the what? And the former city I came from, we always used first names, I want you to know. But so, anyway, can you just go through the 6 buildings to help me understand the heights of each building?
Of course.
And thank you for tailoring in this presentation to the Planning Commission, because I know it's a little different than what you gave to the ABR.
Oh, yes, we're happy to do that.
Yeah.
We did put this slide together. That is a graphic representation of the heights, of the stories. So the 6-story is in the deeper gold, and you see that's been internalized to the site. The yellow is the 5-story. And it's a little deceptive there at the corner of State and Hope. Those, because of the grade change, those kind of parts closer to the streets are actually 4.5 stories. And then in white is everything below 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, and even a little bit of 1. So that could give you at least a graphic representation of the heights.
And will you be doing a shades study as part of this?
We have some ready if you'd like to see them.
I mean, I don't understand. I'm just, because I know the comments came up about these buildings having a tunneling effect, perhaps, on the paseos. So I was just curious. Here you go. She's putting it up.
So here we are at one of the equinoxes at 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and 2 p.m. And sometimes I'm going to circle these to make it a little easier. Just visually, that is our central plaza. So you can see at the equinox, we actually have pretty good sun. At the summer solstice, we have substantial sun. And winter is winter, not so much. But that is honestly the case. We find that typical even with lower height buildings.
Okay. I guess, the staff will be looking at these more carefully.
We will be submitting those with our formal application.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I have one final question. Maybe Mr. Teller can answer that question. Because actually, I was on the site visit on Tuesday, and we spoke about that, actually. I know the tower is 91 feet, really, because it's like 75 from the ground, from the first story up.
Yeah, roughly 91 to 94
If
to
you
the
measure it
tower
from
from the hole.
The whole.
Yeah.
However, this whole project's being developed, not from the whole, is being developed from the ground up.
Exactly. We're basically creating a theoretical plane from State Street over to the mall entry across the site to create.
And
to
that's how you come
measure
up with 76.5.
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
Okay, any other commissioners? Okay, so I got a few questions, some for staff, some for Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor, and maybe your folks could put up your ownership slide,
Oh, sure.
which was new today, and I was still trying to focus on it, understand it. If we could get that up. It's early on.
It's slide 7 right
There it is. Okay, so I'm trying to understand the portion that's got the cross hatching. That is property that is owned by others, but you own part of the fee? Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. So under staff's presentation, I believe they mentioned that La Cumbre Plaza is comprised of 8 APNs. I think that was the number. The majority of those APNs are encumbered by ground leases to Macerich, which is a mall operator that operates La Cumbre Plaza. That includes Bristol Farms, the shops next to it, and also includes the interior mall
Okay.
and the parking areas for those.
So the next question is, what is your relationship with them currently, positive, negative? You're technically their landowner?
Yes.
So therefore, there's that relationship. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
And what kind of conversations have you had with them? Because this is going to have both a positive impact long-term, but probably a negative impact on them short-term, especially during the construction phase.
That's
What has that conversation been like?
So we've had some preliminary conversations regarding the project and regarding our intentions for the site. Again, this is something that they don't comment on much with us, and we don't comment on much with them, because there is a contractual mechanism that governs this and governs the lot split that's here. So I can't really speak too much in a public dais over what I think their thoughts are regarding it. But, they had stated that the redevelopment here would be exciting for the existing mall in the future, and it would increase prospects.
Okay, and because I noticed when, I think you made this comment when we were looking at the boundary that you were proposing for the lot split was basically to match up with sort of the ground lease, and that's why you were doing it. And I was wondering, because there's one area in which we'll get into later on the design thing, there may be a need to modify the ground lease for a portion, and we'll get to that later. I'm just wondering, how big a problem is that going to be? They're not going to hold you hostage. You own the land, okay? No, I understand, because I've dealt with these kind of projects before, so I just wanted to make sure you believe that if you had to modify that boundary some to accommodate the design of your project, they'd be amenable, at least through that kind of amendment process?
I'd hope so, but most of the things that you might bring up are probably curb cuts and other things that are in its existing configuration, which would, I know, a very awkward piece over on the entrance from Hope is what you would be bringing up.
That's where I'm coming, so.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think that was it for you. I have a couple questions for Jessica Grant. There are two access ways, one that comes from 5 Points in past Bristol Farms, and then there's the access way that comes from State Street that goes in front of Chipotle and such. Are those access ways public at this time, or are they privately owned?
The, everything on La Cumbre Road, State Street, Hope, those are all public. And La Cumbre, but once you go on to the La Cumbre Plaza property, then that would be private. And, yeah.
Can we bring up a slide from the presentation?
Graphic. I think that's the best one I have. I know. We might need.
No, we have names for them, good. Okay, is Plaza Avenue,
Plaza Avenue is private, and La Cumbre Plaza Lane is also private.
and through this planning process over time, is it the intent of the city to turn these into public streets?
No, it is not the intent to turn them into public streets, but for them to behave as a public street.
Okay. No, I understand the difference.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot of, I think our number is we maintain 232 roadway miles in the city. So that is a lot of already of road system to maintain. And so we do depend on private properties to help, but we do want it to very much look like a public road and with public road amenities because people already use it now as an access point, and we want that to continue in the future.
Okay, so private, but operate like public, and it's their responsibility to maintain, like a lot of cities do
Correct.
that. I just want to
Correct.
understand. Okay, so
Correct.
that's where you're at. Okay, the other question I had, which sort of tears off Mr. Barnwell's conversation and questions, is as to the parking, is it going to be unbundled?
I don't think. That has not been determined yet. I believe for unbundled parking, the way the average unit density reads right now, it's within the central business district is the unbundled requirement. So that is not part of it beyond the central business district.
And so what would be the process to allow unbundled parking in this project?
That would, I think, we would have to get back to the planning commission on that. I believe it would probably require an ordinance change, but I don't think it's necessarily outside of the possibility. We could have Ms. Obstringer to weigh in on that as well from a legal standpoint.
Chair Balke, it would require a change to the ordinance, and this project is using SB 330, so they've locked themselves into the ordinances and regulations.
Which requires, it doesn't have unbundling.
Correct.
And it's sort of like the housing element thing, so that we can't use the new one because the application that they made. Now, if they come back and apply a day late, maybe they could, at least to the housing element one. Okay, I understand that. Okay, so those are the questions I have at this point, and I think, knowing it's been a few hours, I'd probably think a 5-minute break would be appropriate for us before we starting to get into comments, so. We'll come back in okay, we'll make it 3:25. had a follow-up question, and then we can go from there before we get into comments, okay?
Yeah, this is from Ms. Perona. I'd like you to put up that, excuse me, put up that slide again with the different colors of yellow for the building heights, because I'm very confused about that based on what you told me.
Yeah,
Do you know what
I can explain.
got the light yellow, and there it is, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think I know where it's confusing.
I'm confused because you said over 75 feet is 2%, and this looks like much more than 2%, but is some of the dark yellow at 75 feet?
This is where, when we understood that this was information that you're interested in, the height doesn't necessarily relate to the story, because some of how the city measures height, it's by the adjacent grade.
By the what? I'm sorry.
Adjacent grade. So some of these have a grade, let's say that building in the middle, the yellow one, it is at a grade of 194 on the north side, but at a grade at 192-ish on the south side. So part of it is over 75 feet, just a little bit, because it's relative to the 192. But when you relate it to the taller grade, it's not. So I know it's complicated, but that's how the city measures height. So it's not a simple diagram that would relate overall height to the levels.
Okay, so is the dark yellow here all 6-story buildings?
The dark yellow is, let me say something, for example. Those two pieces are relative to State Street at about 198, 197 grade. That makes those two pieces more like a 4.5 story because the grade changed on us. And so that's what you're seeing happening.
Well, maybe I should ask how many stories then these buildings have.
Yeah, then I could, that's an much easier answer.
So I'll go back to the dark yellow. Are all those 6 stories?
Those are all 6 stories.
Okay, so that's significantly more than 2%.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do you have a calculation on what percentage of this proposed development is 6-story? What percentage is 6-story?
I could probably.
That's probably how I should have asked my question.
Right, that's an easier, that's a much easier answer. The height is
the variation, but I was interested in 6-story, 5-story, 4-story, that type of thing.
Could we, if I could have a minute, if we could go, well, we need to close questions, so if you could discuss the project, I could get back with an answer on that.
Sure.
Okay.
That works.
All right, I need to look at my stats to get those numbers
Okay,
right.
if it's too hard, this diagram kind of shows that it's looks like it's over 50% is
Somewhere in there.
6-story.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Commissioner Boss.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question that I think is going to be for staff and for the applicant, just about community outreach. I understand we have the standard noticing. I attended the open house with the hundreds of people there, and I signed up to get more information. I also went online and plugged in my information. And I know online we're going to the Planning Commission on April 18th, but I didn't receive any email or notification as a community member. So I'm concerned that the hundreds of people who signed up online also were not notified, which I understood that by signing up online, I would get regular email updates, like we're going to ABR, we're going to Planning Commission. So and it's not in my junk filter, so can you talk about public outreach?
Hi, Valerie Cantella, Chair and Commissioners. So what we consider public outreach is keeping project updates in front of people that have signed up. And our intention has always been to notice the whole list of people that signed up about where we are after we got the feedback from ABR and from the Planning Commission in advance of actually submitting our formal application. Having had the experience of being a city PIO, I know there's different noticing requirements of formal meetings and sending out notices. So we did not notice everybody regarding both ABR and Planning Commission. That wasn't part of the expectation that we understood the community to have, because the city does have the public noticing requirement. And so we have talked with city staff about adding that email address that was in the presentation today to our website, to be very specific and clear. If you want to sign up from notices from the city about their public meetings and their access, here's the way to do it. Because it is in our interest all to share this information.
Thank you. So when I clicked, please keep me informed, I shouldn't have expected anything to happen, where I did expect to get emails and notifications about this meeting, about ABR, about progress.
Yeah, so everyone that attended the community meeting, and I hope it didn't go to your spam filter, everyone got a notice after the community meeting giving information about what's on our website, how to find the information on the city's page. And then also, for example, we did the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors meeting that had over 100 people there. They all got an email after that meeting with information. So you can expect to receive an email from us within the next few weeks, kind of outlining the feedback that we heard in this process, both from ABR and the Planning Commission, and what we expect to do moving forward.
So no one the hundreds of people who signed up, nobody got an invitation or notification of this meeting or ABR?
No, people that signed up as supporters who wanted to support the project publicly did get a notice of that.
Okay, so people who were on the fence or wanted to learn more or were opposed were not notified. Only people who supported this project were notified.
Only people that checked the box that said, I support the project. We don't have information on whether people are opposed to the project. And like I said, we have not noticed people, or we have not sent an outreach project update to the people that didn't support the project, or didn't check the box saying they supported the project.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to keep informed as a community member, so that's the box that I checked. So that's really disappointing.
Thank you for your feedback.
All right, I think we're now done with the questions. So who would like to start with their comments on the design of the project? We have Commissioner Wiscombe, then Commissioner Lodge, and then Commissioner Voss.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we just give all our comments here?
Yes, in fact, that's what you should do.
Okay, so you just want to hear everything?
And then we'll try to find a theme. Let's
Okay,
put it that
that's
way.
great, okay. I agree with the speaker that said that this isn't a housing project, but it's creation of a new neighborhood, and I do believe that the team is on its way to a thoughtful and exciting design. Board Member 6 at ABR appropriately stated that this development should provide a high standard of livability, and I do think it's making great progress towards that. And although the open yard is deficient, the open space provided in lieu of building C2 and also the community plaza or whatever it's called, they're very important, and I think that they provide the public space that's provided is exciting. It's more than adequate, and I think that it's going to be well used by not only the people that live in the development, but also by the public. So I think I'm fine with the open yard being deficient based on all the other amenities that you've provided, including the paseos. During our site visit, I think it was Ms. Perlin talked about the fact that the paseos, that you had widened them, and I think that was based on perhaps a comment made by ABR member. So, and I think that's great, and the shade studies were appropriate there, so we don't have cavernous spaces. And I really appreciate the thoughtful work that's gone into the transit, vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle connections throughout and adjacent to the development. I think a great deal of thought has been going into planning this part of the neighborhood and also future connections. Because I think as time goes on, our transportation is really going to change. And so I'm grateful for the work that's been done. I'm grateful for Ms. Grant working with the applicant on this, and I think it's going to be very thoughtful when it's done. I agree with Board Member 6 that, again, ABR Board Member 6, that connections to the remaining retail should be stronger. I don't know how you make them stronger, but I do feel like they just kind of faded out there, and that there might be a way to kind of highlight them, even though they're not really part of this project. And I do appreciate the communal areas throughout the project being open to the public. It's really given it a true neighborhood feel, and that includes the Central Plaza, the community plazas, the pedestrian paseos, and the pedestrian corridors. There's lots of details that haven't been worked out yet to make this development very special. When Commissioner Barnwell was out on site, he talked about if the olive trees have to come out, that the wood should get reused by artists. I thought that was really great. And I think as the project evolves, we need to take advantage of any materials that are valuable, that come from the demolition of Macy's, that can be reused in the project. And we should take advantage of any trees that may be relocated on or off-site. And I think one key will be, and again, these are past concept reviews, but as you move along and progress, I think they need to be thought out more. I think you want to identify opportunities for art throughout the site. I think there's Mr. Taylor's nodding, smiling. There's some great opportunities for art, and we have so many great local artists, so I think that's really important. I encourage you to continue working with the Housing Authority, and they're the experts in this. They can manage the affordable deed-restricted housing for you if that's what it comes out to be, but I think there's a great opportunity there. I think the number was thrown out that there's 30% open space was created on the site. So again, that just goes back, I'm going back to the comment about in lieu of open yard, we have all this open space. So I like the diversity and the size of the retail spaces. I thought that was really interesting and well thought out. I love the flexibility of the Central Plaza. I love the new park, even though ABR talked about it, but it wasn't green yet. It wasn't green on the drawing. I think that's great, and I know that some people wrote in about some amenities for that park. It's not a very big space, but it does have an opportunity to have a play area or something for neighborhood kids to use. And I hope for a reduction in the parking. I hope that works out. It just sounds like over 1,000 spaces just sounds immense to me. And so I hope that works out. And I think that's the end of my comments. Do we need to put up that list that, Ms. Price, probably should have put it up before I just blathered on here about. Okay. So the relationship of the project to the surrounding area. I guess that I think in terms of the things that Ms. Price outlined, transportation. What's that plan called, Chair Balke?
Framework.
What?
The framework plan.
The what?
Framework.
Oh, framework plan, that's it. I can never get that right, thank you. But in relation to the elements that were worked out, I think that's important. And circulation and traffic improvements, I think the project team is making great inroads into that and in working with Ms. Grant in transportation on that. And the open spaces are great. I'm so happy to see this site open to the public for the most part. I just think that's what makes it a neighborhood. It really does. So I commend the design team for that, and I thank you all for your efforts. But I think you're on your way to a very nice project. Thank you.
Okay, next is Commissioner Lodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go back a bit in history. During the general plan update process, I was on the Planning Commission back then, too, in 2010, and I proposed what became the AUD priority overlay. And I drew a map, which I gave to staff, and it included La Cumbre Plaza, because I thought then, and I still think, it's an appropriate place for housing. However, the Planning Commission's role with the ordinance saying that the ABR will be the final decision maker reduces us to sort of commenters. But then the ABR can't do anything either because their role is only related to aesthetics and community, neighborhood compatibility. Over 2 years ago, the City Council directed staff to amend the ordinance so that the Planning Commission would be the final decision maker in these projects over 15,000 square feet. The planner brought forward a proposal to the Planning Commission to be the decision maker. However, she came to discuss it at a concept level. A formal ordinance amendment has never been in the planning, has never been before the Planning Commission, and due to other housing element priorities, this ordinance amendment is not on the priority list for this year. Periodically, over the 2 years since the council decision, I have asked staff, where is this? And I've been told, oh, it's going to be on this next spring or whatever, some months away. And I understand they had been working very hard when it was most important to get the housing element through and approved. But I can't believe that changing a few words in that ordinance was such a time-consuming process that it couldn't have been processed, so that there would be somebody reviewing this and with some authority on the land use issues. And I've been told that, well, and I think Ms. Price in her presentation mentioned this, that we can pull it forward from the decision maker will be the staff hearing officer, and that we can pull it forward from that. And then what can we do? Comment. So anyway, I think the process is flawed, and I hope that it gets changed. As to this project, as I said, back in 2010, I said, let's have housing there. And there are some very good things about the project. I am concerned. I don't like I am concerned about the open space and usable area for the residents. The density is 74 dwelling units per acre. That's huge. And where are all these people living in these 6-story buildings going to go to get some air, to be under a tree? And they've got as many trees in there, I think, as they probably can get in there. But trees are vital to any project for health, for clean air, for regulating the temperature. I bet you they have an incredible list of benefits they provide. Just looking at them can make people in a hospital, the ones that can see trees, heal faster than the ones that look at a blank wall. So I think the Paseos are well thought out, and and as much as given the number of units they're trying to get in the space. I like the change in the corner and the architecture with the setbacks and varied setbacks and so on at the corner of Hope and State, but I'm a bit dismayed by the change from Spanish colonial to what seems throughout the project contemporary architecture. I've quoted David Gebhardt, for whom the David Gebhardt Room is named, former member of the Historic Landmarks Commission and an architectural historian, that when you look at a building in Santa Barbara, you should know, when you look at a building here, you should know you're in Santa Barbara. It should say Santa Barbara. And this last version doesn't, to me, say Santa Barbara at all. Staff certainly has been working very hard, and I know they work very hard even before they come before us to make sure that the project meets all the requirements, and I'm sure they've done a good job. However, there are at least, 4 general plan policies: access to adequate public open space within a half-mile radius, dedication of sufficient usable open space on site, access to adequate public open space. Those are 2 general plan policies that I don't see as being met in this proposal. I do appreciate that one building got removed and a park proposed in its place, but there's still, there's still the inhabitants of 642 units there with very little per person space outside. And then, this is another part of the reason that the specific plan, there should have been a specific plan, but there's a potential for almost 1,400 more units on the remaining property. So I think it's going to be, I'm really concerned about livability. I'm really concerned about that, and when you add in all the rest. Now, I realize that's not going to happen for a long time. I can see that, they've been trying hard. The applicant has been trying hard and has gotten somewhere there, but I'm still not satisfied with, in terms of the space, outdoor space for the residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City staff, you had, I didn't want to interrupt her. So.
Thank you, Chair Balke. I did want to add a point of clarification on the process for the Planning Commission to pull up, suspend the show's action. It's essentially the same as an appeal, the Planning Commission appealing the show's decision, and then the Planning Commission becomes the decision maker. And because it is the map, it would be the map and the environmental document and the remaining of the project, so you would become the decision maker on the project. I wanted to just...
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Next, Commissioner Boss.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also disappointed that this, as it stands, won't come back to us because a lot is really unresolved. It's important to me that we consider affordable and workforce housing, benefits to surrounding schools, the biological and creek resources mitigation measures, having an actually engaging open or park space for residents and neighbors, and most importantly, community outreach. And I want to specifically talk about affordable housing and community outreach in my comments. You've talked a lot about workforce housing and working with the chamber and the Public Housing Authority, but disagreeing with the the moderate units or more affordable units tells me that you're not committed to adding the supply of housing that's actually needed in our community. So that's really great concern to me. And community outreach, I think I expressed it a moment ago, but I checked a box that said, please keep me informed, and I was not kept informed as a community member. So that's really concerning, because I'm sure there are hundreds of others who, whether they support or just wanted to learn more, they were not kept informed. So with this project, I came in really hopeful and thinking that a lot of progress could be made. It's a great opportunity in this area, but at this point, I'm just not holding my breath.
Okay, Commissioner DeLuccio.
Okay. I'll just start by saying a couple of things. As far as the open space goes, I do like the open plaza, and I do like the park that you're going to also put in. Those are 10,000 square feet about each. As far as the housing goes, the affordable housing, I'm hoping you'll come to resolution with staff, and it'll be at least 81 units, not as you're proposing at, I believe, 54. And also to continue to work with the Housing Authority and the Chamber. But as far as deed restricted housing, the 81 obviously would be deed restricted. And then besides that, if you work with the Housing Authority and the Chamber to come up with maybe additional housing, that would be ideal also. So, and the other big thing to me is the parking traffic and circulation. And unfortunately, you've done some studies, but we haven't really gone outside of the property, because this project is going to have impacts outside of the property on traffic and circulation. And what concerns me is that Macy's has, there'll be a big credit applied, right, from Macy's. Is that a traffic credit? And that's going to be applied, and that, we know that Macy's has not been busy for years, and that will be applied, and that will become a factor into this. So that concerns me, that it may understate what the traffic conditions will be going forward. But the good thing is, this will come back to us. I'm hopeful it'll come back to us, because I cannot imagine this not, when you go through the EIR checklist, that it won't trigger it having to come back to us, be it a neg deck or a mitigated deck. So I'm hopeful for that. And I do agree that the process is backwards. I came from a different city, and this is not the way we did it. The Planning Commission, it came at the end. We had, I mean, this is great, we have conceptual reviews, that's great, it's input. But at the end of the process, it also came back to the Planning Commission. We're giving our input today, and we're hopefully it'll come back, but we won't see, I guess you said we can appeal this at the end or something, but it'd be nice if it just came back so we know what's going on at the end, and we see the conditions of approval. Do you guys incorporate conditions of approval into this, even though we don't see it?
Through the chair, yes. There would be conditions of approval. It's a discretionary approval. The tentative map is a discretionary action that's subject to conditions.
The track map.
Yes.
But what about the project itself? There's not a, it's not a conditional use permit, is it? Where you'd put conditions on it?
No, it would not be. I think that level of detail we need to continue to look at in planning application process. Those kinds of nuances, because there are limited entitlements required, are tricky.
I know we're handicapped here too because of the state preempting a lot of this. And when you went through the state AB 330, that's one thing, and then you also are going through the state density bonus. So that's what's triggering all these, you can call them concessions, waivers, whatever you want to call them, and it's like, it's not like years ago when this all started, and the state did start to put in some, give you some leadway in maybe adding one more story or something. But back then, the concessions were not like open-ended. They were kind of restricted of what you could do and how many you could take. So just to move forward, a couple more things. I am very supportive of what Commissioner Board Member of the ABR 6 said. I would not going to get into design here, but I think his comments were well taken as far as direction goes. Love to see public art through the site, which I think you guys have spoken about. And I'll just throw something else into the wrench, maybe a murals. Consider putting murals up or something. And then as far as the retail goes, I'm hoping that there'll be some neighborhood uses as part of the retail. I can't read my handwriting exactly. Then I'll read it later, and it's like, and I guess I guess you're addressing the framework plan also that was called out and encouraged in the general plan. And the other thing is, hopefully you can deal with the parking on what is the plaza I'm thinking? The one before Bristol Farms. What's that lane called? The one that has the 4 stops.
La Cumbre Plaza.
That one is totally chaotic, and I'm just hoping that maybe you can, as part of this, I know that you may have some limitations, but maybe you can address that because it really doesn't run pretty straightforward. It's like the curves and everything. And I'm not going to be on Lamas here and say there's accidents over there, but I do see it. They were all competing at the 4-way stop to go through, and we don't know whose turn it is. And also, as part of the project exterior, I know the buildings across the street are not part of this, but when your property ends, the property ends on across from the Seas and the Panther Express and all that. I don't know, is there going to be any improvements as far as any sidewalk or anything? Because right now, there's really nothing there. You're sort of just walking in a parking lot to get to your car.
Commissioner DeLucio, through the chair, that was one of the things that we were looking at, is having strong connections from the site to the adjacent sites. So one of the items that we've seen preliminarily is a raised crosswalk to get to that center. And again, yeah, we're working the La Cumbre Plaza lane, that's a very weird configuration.
Yeah.
So where we can standardize, we're trying to, and really just also incorporate traffic calming as well. So
I know bridges is one of those things you're looking at, some bridges within the complex itself.
That's going to be basically like, I think as Mr. Taylor said, that when you think of State Street, it's going to be sort of a platform now with the parking underneath. But again, yes, looking at really strong connections from the site to the adjacent uses, that's definitely under review.
Thank you. And those are my comments right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wardlaw.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the applicant, Mr. Taylor, and your entire team for your efforts in the presentation. I'm really thrilled to see this mixed-use development adding 642 rental units, bringing much-needed rental housing to our community. I want to start my comments with what I believe will be a critical component of the success of this project for our community, which is the importance of ensuring varied levels of affordable units. I sincerely appreciate the applicant's comments and willingness to work with our city and community partners to increase the number of affordable and workforce units in this project. Understanding our city's need for and the prioritization of creating affordable housing, it is my sincere hope that as this project continues to evolve, that the applicant will continue to prioritize the importance of varied affordable units and will thoroughly explore all opportunities to significantly increase the number of affordable units available, and hence play a really meaningful role in addressing our community's affordability crisis. Concerning where this project stands today in its conceptual form, I am supportive of the size, bulk, and scale of the project and the work the applicant has done to make this project open and beneficial to the broader public. I believe this project is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and is an appropriate site for this mixed-use, high-density project. I can support the waiver for open yard, considering residents will utilize and benefit from the open space. That will also be available to the public. I am supportive of the height waiver given the design and staggered buildings that visually break up the masses in a way that I think is very visually appealing. I am very supportive of the design and approach with the paseos and the plazas and kind of the meandering streets and the vibe that you guys are going for to replicate some of the other aspects of Santa Barbara. I think this is a great example of combining retail, dining, and housing, and a prime opportunity for what a lot of cities are striving for, which is this work, live, play environment around housing. I specifically love the approach around plazas and the ability to create a real sense of community through, as you mentioned, farmers markets, movie nights, all those fun things that really make a nice place to live. I also like the approach to the amenities, including communal workspaces, especially given the increase in working from home, as well as the dog parks, because we're such a dog-friendly community. I do really hope that you all will consider adding playgrounds, both into the interior aspect, as well as potentially in the exterior park that can be open to the public, given the need for more, public spaces for the community at large. I hope that as this project continues to progress, that your original efforts to authentically engage this community will continue, and that all members of the community that expressed any interest in this project, not just those that indicated support, will be notified of all future hearings. I really appreciated the discussion today and look forward to seeing substantial progress on the topic of affordability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Barnwell, then Commissioner Lott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, the whole idea of this is great to me. I'm not sure we're there in the details, which is where the devil lives, but I really, really appreciate the tackling of this giant big piece of real estate that's obviously an eyesore. And I think you guys are coming at it in the right direction, but there are some things that I'd like to comment on that I think we could work on a little bit more. I also want to say to staff that I want to double down on the comments that were made by my esteemed colleague, Ms. Sheila Lodge, having to do with what role is the Planning Commission occupying as we go through this and other projects. I am amazed to find that the staff report, at the direction of how the ordinances work, that the Planning Commission comments. I don't get that. I mean, and I don't want to talk like a geezer that remembers the good old days, but it used to come to the Planning Commission and we would make comments, they'd go back and we'd work on it. And then we'd come up with conditions of approval that were part of the project. And I think something is lost by that process not still, existing. It's unfortunate. And I know when Ms. Lodge was talking about wanting to, make some changes in the ordinance so that we would have a few more tools, this is a totally different city operation going on here than it used to be 30 years ago. Because I guess we're broke. I don't know what it is. But when the staff comes in front of us, they're working their tail off, and they don't have the same backing of deep staff and et cetera, et cetera. And it's unfortunate. So I want to compliment the staff for everything they're doing, but setting up a triage might be important, at least as far as the Planning Commission is concerned, for what work the staff should do and how they can get to it, because I think it's very, very important, particularly when we find ourselves out in the public and we're trying to craft some documents and we don't have the tools to do it. But that's not necessarily the staff's fault. Again, the open space, it's great, but somehow it doesn't feel like it's enough to me, particularly some of the sketches that were shown where that's a very large building, a very large building. And one of the things that the renderings did not show, unfortunately, was the scale of the buildings on State Street to either side. The little two-story thing toward downtown, which is, I guess, to the east, and then the ones to the west. Were they to have been included in the rendering, you would see how big this is on that block. It's big. Now, the goal is to create a neighborhood. Those plazas are getting there. I asked the question about right-of-way and deed restrictions because is the public going to be able to use this? Like they can use a park, or is there going to find a guard there that say, it's 10 o'clock and I'm sorry, we can't go in here? Because I don't think that's public space. The open plazas, to mirror some other comments made earlier, I come from the side of art in public spaces. The plazas could have both permanent and temporary spaces for art. It could have a statue of someone. Probably, I would hope it would be a Chumash. And the plazas should have names. You were talking about creating a feeling of a neighborhood, of an atmosphere. I think those are important things when we come to discuss these final improvements on the project. Connections as so far as automobiles and bicycles, pedestrians, has not been worked out to my satisfaction, not even close. And that goes back to how this project came in front of us and how we're just going to pass it on down the line without making some hardcore decisions about that. Years and years ago, there was a discussion about this whole area from an aerial point of view, and we got a few of them here. Maybe could you put up one of your slides that has an aerial of the project, a photographic aerial as opposed to a drawing? That's good, right there, the one that you've got on the screen right now. I don't know if is this thing working or not. Yeah. So, if I understand it, the subject ownership goes down to here. Is that right?
Yes.
But we're dividing the lots so that we're really only working on this one. But you still own that oddly encumbered fee interest down here that's got all that lease stuff on top of it. But you have a leg of your property that comes down like this. In the early discussions of this, yes?
We do not. That leg is part of the Riviera Dairy
Yes,
parcel.
yeah.
It's not part of ours.
Early discussions in the, go back to the geographic one if you would, just a moment, please. Thank you very much. There are a couple hundred residential houses over here and condominiums. And in discussions with those people on many, many occasions, they will say, oh yes, to go to La Cumbre Plaza, we get in our car and we drive down like this. We get to an intersection with a signal and we turn over like this. We get to another intersection with a signal. Maybe we take it, or we go to another intersection with a signal. The whole thing being auto-related and big, wide asphalt roads, as opposed to a pedestrian connection across the river. And these houses are as close to these stores, but they don't know it. The occupants of these residences do not realize that geographically they are abutting this project. And when we talk about connections and connectivity and bicycle passages and pedestrian passages, it seems to me imperative that at some point we begin to talk about how these pedestrians, and again, we use the phrase reduction of greenhouse gases, et cetera, that's the way to do it. I don't know how we get there. And it goes back to the discussion earlier of we're not doing a plan of the whole thing, we're just doing a framework here. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate that we aren't. Because some pedestrian connection between all of those homes and what we are providing here, which is a neighborhood, should be made. The ABR mentioned that the project somewhat ignores, that's a strong word, but it somewhat ignores these buildings to the west. It also ignores these things to the east that are residential in nature. And how do those people use this, quote, neighborhood easily? That is the kind of connection that I don't see in your project or in the future discussions of how we're going to do that. We have such an opportunity here. I mean, oh my God, what an opportunity. In 100 years now, this is going to be not just where the mall used to be, it's going to be another downtown. It's going to be another downtown. And it has all of that potential. And so to go back again to what Ms. Lodge said a moment ago, this ill-defined, we try to wrestle it to the ground, we never can. The Santa Barbara feel. What is that makes it a Santa Barbara feeling? Don't quite get that from this architecture. But I know you're working on it. And I appreciate that. It's not going to come back to us. That's unfortunate. You know, one of your maps showed the size of our project, the subject project in front of us, as being approximately the size of a downtown city block. And ironically, you happen to pick the downtown city block that is the Paseo Nuevo block. So I want to make a connection there. The Paseo Nuevo block, to go back to the art concept, has an art museum and a theater. And none of those things are proposed in this. And I think if we are talking about a neighborhood, and we're talking about ways to draw people in, and also for the retail enterprises, something to draw in customers for the retail enterprises, we might want to think about some aspect of a theater or an art museum or something like that as we beat this thing to the ground. I think also we should take every chance we can to honor the Chumash, whatever that is. Just to staff, this is just an editing thing, but we talk about, I'll do it off mic. The trip credit issue, I'm still not sure what's going on there. Mr. DeLuzio mentioned Macy's is not what it used to be in terms of traffic generation. And I don't know how anything that's going on there now can be compared to what we were planning. But I do remember when this mall was built, traffic was a mess. So I wouldn't want to necessarily use traffic count from those days or from now. You know, I want it to be real, and I know, Ms. Grant, you're going to do that because you do that very, very well. Speed humps. You mentioned that we have there's speed humps in that in the traffic pattern already throughout the parking lots. I would encourage liberal use of speed humps because, as you know, you're one of them. Traffic engineers prefer that design control the speed rather than, posted signs and things. If the design is restrictive to the physical movement of an automobile, then the traffic will be slow. And those humps do that, and I encourage that because there's going to be pedestrians going back and forth all over this place. Of course, I would love to have that building demolished in a way that's environmentally friendly all the way down the line. And it may very well be, who knows, 50 years from now, people might be walking through there saying, what used to be here? Maybe you can take pieces of that building and build some little monument to what was there before, i.e. an out-of-date mall, and it used to be Macy's, and here's something like that. Give it to an artist, they could come up with something. And that would give another Santa Barbara thing, which is historical context, because Santa Barbara's full of historical context. And now we look at back things, and we're so glad they saved it. At the time, they wanted to tear it out. They didn't like it. They were thinking their way then. So any way we can do that, I think, would be good. Again, my esteemed colleague to my right, Ms. Lodge, the the average unit density was put into place thinking that small units would generate low rents. But right next door to us is the Mark, which has proven that not true. We have 900 square foot units that we thought would go for a low price, and they're going for $3,500 and $4,000. So they're not targeting the market that we created that for, out of which all of these bonus densities are coming. We're not getting what we wanted to. So I go back to comments made by some of my fellow commissioners here. The number of affordable units is not sufficient. And I don't know how we get there, but it just simply, with hundreds and hundreds of units being built, our charge is housing, and we have to stick to that. Now, may I also say, this discussion of working with the Santa Barbara Housing Authority, I don't know if you've done this, but there are tax credits available so that you don't lose any money as a private entrepreneur, and they can build their units or they take over some of the units. But I think there are many, many possibilities here to work your project so that we're going to get the kind of housing that we want, because we're not quite there yet. So I close with saying, thank you for tackling this thing, which we all have to tackle. Thank you for taking the blows and on the right road and getting there. I think it's weak on the open space, and I think the housing issue is a little bit weak, and I think the connection's a little bit weak. Those are my three things: the housing and the connectivity, and some other modest things. But I thank you very much, and I also want to thank staff for this huge task that you have to take on. And I don't know, quite frankly, how you do it with all the other things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lodge, then Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my concurrence with the comments made about the affordable housing. The percentage that is proposed is pitiful. There are going to be all these new residents in town who will generate a need for more affordable housing. And to keep the current imbalance that we have between jobs and dwelling units requires 20% affordable. I know we're not going to get that, but we're falling further and further behind. The other thing I wanted to say was on the process. Mr. DeLucia was asking about bringing something forward. I believe any planning commissioner can request to pull forward something, or the show representative can, the person who's the show member can pull anything forward from the show's agenda. Thank you.
Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add my comments on, started out asking about what the requirement was on deed restricted housing, and I agree with, I didn't really follow through on it in my comments, but I agree. I think the requirement is 81 units as it is now, and that would be 54 moderate and 27 very low. But I do feel that with the magnitude of this project, there are opportunities here to provide other forms of deed-restricted housing and workforce housing for our community, because we really need it. So I hope that the applicants and developer work on creative ways to do that. The other thing I wanted to say was Commissioner Lodge brought up the fact that we are not the decision-making body on this very important land use project. And I find it astonishing that this project will go to the staff hearing officer, they'll have a hearing, and then at some point, whoever the liaison is to the staff hearing officer, at this point it's Commissioner Boss, who knows who it'll be when it gets there, but has the ability to pull it off, appeal it, and bring it back to the Planning Commission. It's just a process that it's incredibly timely and cost-consuming process that really needs to be changed. There is no reason why we should not be the decision-making body on this particular project, and why it would have to go through that convoluted process to get it back here for us to make our decisions. So whatever we do with that, I don't know. I think my fellow commissioners feel the same way. It's incredibly, incredibly frustrating. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so Ms. Johnson, can you cue my thing up? I will just start off. I've got a number of general comments. I come at this at sort of a different, because this process, we're going to make these comments to the Architectural Review Board. So my comments are basically things that they should consider. And probably many of you don't know my professional background. For the last 30 years, I basically have been working on designing walkable neighborhoods, basically at a city block and larger scale. So this is what I do. I work with some of the leading town planning and urban development experts around the country. And in fact, actually, one of the projects you guys both worked on was Claremont Village, which I was an advisor to. So I'm coming at this as from more of a design component. So I wanted everybody to understand where I come from. And there's a lot of successful things that have come forward. First thing that the applicants brought forward is the idea of a block. Trust me, a lot of times that's not what comes forward, is the idea of a block. And then in Santa Barbara, paseos are very important. It's part of our DNA, and putting the paseos as a key thing in this project is so important. And as we build a new neighborhood, it's going to be about creating more blocks and more paseos and tying them together with both pedestrian, bike, and there will need to be autos. Unfortunately, you know, there's some out there that don't think there's going to be any, but we're going to need to basically integrate those in a holistic manner. So then I've got some, general concerns and some specific design comments, and I have some closing things. So can we go to the first slide? All right, I put numbers on this to cue my questions and concerns. We'll start with number one. Number one is where Plaza Avenue and La Cumbre Plaza, I think it's Drive or whatever it is, meet. And I think it's already been mentioned, that's an odd intersection. I think number one requirement is that be fixed, that it actually works like a normal intersection. And if that means that you need to move this road farther south, past the ground lease boundary that you have, you need to do that. If you own the fee, you will have to deal with your ground lease holder, but that needs to be fixed or this will not work, period. It's got way too many people, way too much intensity of development. Number two is La Cumbre Plaza Lane. I noticed, and there's been a number of different designs that you've come forward with. To me, this thing will not work without a two-way road system that connects to Hope. I see a lot of things, one ways, I see things, but it's just not going to physically work. You're going to have a cross street. This whole area that the La Cumbre Plaza as a whole was built under a suburban model in which we did not have blocks and there is no connectivity. That's part of the reason why State Street's such a mess. And the more east-west connectivity over time that can be placed in this project, the better for the community and better for the livability of everybody in that area. That's part of my area of town that I tend to frequent. Number three identifies a comment which Mr. Six had, and it's one that jumped off the page to me, which is the lack of interconnectivity or just visual relationship between the existing shopping center. We're looking at a shopping center that's going to be there to 2077, at least I heard that number. There should be some kind of visual connection between that, and that Paseo should be probably brought to the left and tied in better, and the activity in that area should be where you sort of focus the interrelationship between the two projects. Mr. Six brought that comment up, and I thought he was completely correct as to that. Number four is something that has evolved since your meeting, and I thought the idea of a park there was great, and now it's there. So I think that's a very positive thing that has happened. Mr. Six and the ABR did talk about possibly, that's why 4B's there, that it might be there or somewhere else. But I think considering we have to work with the existing shopping center and its circulation, having a loopy, slow-speed, two-way road, you can put cobbles where you have your La Cumbre Plaza lane drawn here. It rattles people's teeth that they go too fast, but it needs to be a through circulation element. Moving on to number five, I'll talk about that a little bit more when I get into some other detailed slides. But that is as people would say in the business, that's a 100% corner. It's very, very, very visible. Will be sort of a landmark statement for this project, and I'll get into my comments on that. At number six, I'll talk about that a little bit more in detail with a concern I have about that particular frontage. Number seven and has some of the same issues as six, but as Commissioner Six, or ABR member Six, noted, the interrelationship and how all that works between those commercial uses and that frontage, which is residential, doesn't quite work very well at all. It just plain doesn't work, and it needs some more time tested. Number eight, the plaza. It's nice to see the shadow studies, because honestly, I was concerned, and wherever the plaza ends up, because I have some suggestions of maybe moving it around a little bit, that it actually be as open and as sunny as long as you can move, do that in the context of your development. It may mean moving some buildings around, or at least the height of some of the buildings around a little bit. And Commissioner Six made a comment, and I noticed you made some responses to it, which is making more variety in the height of buildings. You've done that, some of it's changed. Nothing wrong with having, one big building and a little building, and making it more variable, so it doesn't look as massive, and that was one of his comments, and I completely agree to it. So let's go to the next slide, which is the big picture framework. Like, how is this all going to end up with streets and blocks and connectivity long-term? And my fellow Commissioner Barnwell brought up one of those connections that should be there. That's not all going to happen at any point in time, near time, but we need to be thinking about this long-term so we know what the game plan is. Because what if the folks at the dairy property come in next year? How are we going to address this? And what is the end game? Because you shouldn't be doing something that doesn't work with them when they would want this all to work, and surely the community expects it all to work at the end of the day. So we can move on to the next slide, which is sort of a detailed thing, and it sort of follows up with the comment I made. The blue arrow at the bottom that goes through the existing shopping center sort of gives you the point of reference of where the center activity that ties the two should be. I don't understand the logic of pushing it over to the west, over next to Lure. It just doesn't make any sense of trying to tie these things together to be interactive. And I made the comment about extending the street to Hope, and there's the park, and I think the alternative street alignment works. I mean, in an ideal traffic world, you'd bring it straight through, and but that doesn't really work for the park very well either, and it doesn't, you'd have a sort of a cutoff situation. So that I get the idea that the alternative of the street sort of curving, which also slows it down, but it needs to be a connection. Onto the next one. This is the design recommendations that were from the Upper State Street study. I noticed when I was doing my review that they have this big green dot at the corner. And my reading of it was like, oh, they must have thought that a park or a plaza should be at that corner, which leads to my next slide, which is there needs to be some central plaza element, something like at that 100% corner in which landmarks this project. And you can go to the next slide, which is here's what we got. This is what you have currently, which is basically a nice sandstone wall, but this does not look like what you would expect from a 100% corner. Next slide. At least something, that's not, just from a use standpoint. It's a little teeny little building. You hit one more. Even the Starbucks that we used to have, identified a corner. Something, you hit another slide, or even something like this. It's just, these are ideas of something that gives you sort of an anchoring of that corner and tells you this is a new neighborhood and has a commercial bent to it. And this is a flex floor and another project. So moving on. So as to the area along State Street, I wanted to make sure, because it didn't seem to come up at the architectural review board, but Mr. Six and other members were on this committee with myself, and while you're not going to be subject to it because it hasn't been adopted yet, the guidance is very good as to the frontage types that should be on the State Street and Hope sides of this project. So next slide, please. The use of stoops and dooryard frontages and are important, especially, you know, I remember hearing, Christine, I think it was your comment at ABR that you didn't want a whole lot of commercial on State Street because it doesn't, or on this part of State Street because it hasn't been working. But this over time will be an urban district over the long term. It should at least feel and have sort of a retail-ready nature to it. Next slide. And here are some examples of how it can be done. This is a residential version of a retail-ready. You can go to the next slide. This is a commercial version of a retail-ready space. This is another version of a retail-ready. This is the kind of stuff that would be State Street frontage and the Hope frontage should be done, especially the State Street frontage. Next slide. And there's a commercial variation. And there's a very simple, you know, those guidance in the, you know, objective design standards show, you know, dooryards. So you can go to the next slide. You know, bays like this, balconies, step backs. Next slide. This is another type of frontage that's in the design guide, which is the use of a stoop. Next. And here's another version of a stoop. And a lot of these photographs come right out of the objective design standards. Next. And here's another dooryard example. Another dooryard example. And another stoop example. And a forecourt, which is on another part of State Street, but the idea of forecourts is something that would work very well. And it's an all, you know, what guidance it talks. Another thing, this is sort of for Jessica and the city, hit the next slide. You know, the use of a Bowman parking scenario on Hope might be a good idea to calm the street because it's a very wide street and provide a buffer there. You hit the next slide, which is basically using that kind of approach. I think there's one more image which, yeah, and here it is. And I think actually this may have been, was this an image from Claremont or not? Okay. I think this is from a project I did in Santa Clara then. So anyway, this is something you should consider to sort of give it a more pedestrian feel. Next slide. I think we're done with that. So those are very technical things and very design orientated. But we have an opportunity here. We have an ability to create a new neighborhood, which I think, even though some members of the community probably have a lot of anxiety about the scope and scale of this project, you know, we only have control over some of this. And I think that what we have control over is what it looks like, how it feels, and how it can be Santa Barbara. And I think we've got two very talented architects, architecture firms involved here. I think you guys can get there. I don't think you're there yet. And you know, I would suggest, and this is something, you know, I presume both of you or firms have read Leon Creer's book, Designing, you know, the Architecture of Community. It's well worth a read because it fits the kind of concept that you're talking about here. And I think there's some things in there that you could pick up on and make this a very, very special place and make it truly a Santa Barbara project. Those are my comments. Thank you. So any other comments? So how are you going to do this next step, okay?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I?
Sure.
I wanted to, you said something that I think is extremely important, and I forgot to say it myself. You beat me to it, and you justly gave us an excellent description of how these things work, but it is the continuation of the Plaza Road all the way to Hope. I don't think it's going to work the way it is now. And when we talked about the downtown block, and we want to compare it to our block, one of the things that's magic about our downtown block is there's roads on all sides. You can do all sorts of things. Until that happens here, we're not really comparative. So I thank you for bringing it up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wardlow, you can go first.
Thank you, Chair Bauke. I just wanted to echo, obviously you have a lot of expertise in this area, and I do really like your point on the front Hope and State Street area and kind of making that more pronounced so that, people really see this as a new community and an entry point. I think that could be a good suggestion. So I really liked that. And then I was really disappointed that I could not be at the site visit, and I really did want to understand more of the circulation issues. And I do concur with you on the need for a two-way street in connecting to Hope. So just wanted to note that, but thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wiscombe, and then DeLuccio.
Thank you. I agree also, Chair Bauke, with what you said about state and Hope. I think that's very important. I was going to make a suggestion. I think we're pretty much all on the same page. Just a sec, please. That we're all on the same page, and I'm thinking that a majority vote is, can we have staff take our comments that, all our comments that are similar, which I think most of them are, and incorporate them into a document that we can look at? And that would be the majority vote, that staff does that?
Chair Bauke to Commissioner Wiscombe, the zoning ordinance does require a majority vote. If you would like to take a break, we could compile comments and present those to you for your consideration today.
Okay. How long is that going to take?
Maybe 10 minutes.
Okay. I think that was a good idea. What do you think?
I think that's the only way we comply with the ordinance, unfortunately. It's a very strange provision, but that would be the way to do it. Commissioner DeLuccio had a question. And
ABR didn't have to do that. They all had individual comments.
No, you're correct. This requirement is specific to the Planning Commission concept review for an AUD project.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, my question.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to thank you, Chair, for your presentation. I thought it was really helpful with the design. But I do have a question to Christine. Why did you decide, what did your project group decide to, make the retail flow the way it flows and not to be consistent with the mall itself?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Don. One is what we were interested in and what we saw with the existing walking mall, and I'm sure Chair Bauke understands this problem with some of these environments when it's so linear. There's no interest. There's no interesting jogs.
Right.
And we were.
And doing a jog would be a good thing. It's just like tie the two together and then start jogging around. I mean,
that's why we wanted to include, that's why it was important to us to include a plaza experience between the new building and the existing walking mall. And that is actually one of the reasons why it was so important to us at this point to not do the two-way vehicular connection. We were completely supportive and believe in creating that pedestrian connection and creating that bike connection. But by doing that two-way vehicular, even if we slow it down, it's going to separate these two projects in a way that it would be very difficult to mitigate. That's why we believe strongly in creating the plaza experience that we're doing now with using bollards, that it's a fire lane that allows Lure or whomever's there to continue to enjoy that as a plaza, but not as an immediate adjacency to a throughway, a vehicular throughway. So that's a lot of the reason why we chose to jog it and why we chose to create a plaza there.
And you're still evolving it too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I have one other question. You spoke about, what do you consider the gateway component of this? Or have you not developed that yet?
Well, definitely, what we call it, State and Hope, the neighborhood at State and Hope, we do see that as the gateway. And your comments are all well taken to continue to evolve that corner. I think that's something we're looking forward to doing. How that we can enlarge that courtyard or what we do is, that's one of the reasons why there's more of a tower-like element to start to mark that. But your comments are well taken, and we're looking forward to evolve that corner of the piece. But that is, because there's multiple kind of markers to this project. There's an important one. And then we're also deeply thinking about when you're coming from the south and some of the buildings to create additional markers, so you know where you're going. So that's ongoing.
Thank you.
Yeah. As long as I'm here, can I comment on one?
Sure.
I appreciate so much of what you presented, Chair Balke. I believe we're completely on the same page, especially with State Street. And I just wanted to clarify my comments. We agree completely about retail-ready flex spaces. I'm working on the Claremont project as well as Chelsea, and have appreciated that specific plan and the thinking that went into it. That is why, and in particular, we didn't get a lot of time. There's so much to unpack on such a large project. But particularly Chelsea's team put so much thought into creating those kinds of spaces with those private courtyards, those live-work spaces that are really getting at, I think, a lot of your comments. And I'm
Yeah.
afraid we just didn't have enough time to unpack that for you.
On that, my only concern is especially the two buildings, I don't have the numbers, that are closest to your entry on that side, over by Chipotle, it reads very suburban.
Yeah.
Which is just, it shouldn't be reading suburban. And then, it looks like something dropped out of Irvine, and it just doesn't fit. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's how it reads.
But yeah, I think we are completely supportive of what you're seeing here. And a lot of those comments about the objective design guidelines about how creating quality, walkable neighborhoods.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to take a 10-minute break and let the staff work, and and we'll come back. of all our comments.
All right, we've drafted
that-
comments. If you could pull those up on the screen. I'll just walk through them, and then maybe we can take commissioner comments on any suggested edits. So the first is include the 81 deed restricted affordable units in the affordability mix required by state density bonus law and the AUD ordinance, and continue to work with community partners, including the Housing Authority and South Coast Chamber of Commerce, to increase the amount of affordable and workforce housing. The paseos and plazas are good and create a neighborhood feel. Continue to work with staff to improve connections to adjacent areas, both residential and commercial. Improve the intersection of La Cumbre Plaza Lane and Plaza Avenue. Treat the corner of State and Hope as a landmark corner consistent with the Upper State Street design guideline recommendations for a park plaza at this location. Include a two-way road from La Cumbre Road to Hope Avenue. Support for the public park and incorporation of play areas. Support incorporating public art in the project. Liked the proposed diversity in the size of commercial retail spaces. Consider retail-ready spaces along State Street and potentially Hope Avenue frontages. And commissioners had varying opinions on the adequacy of open space provided by the project.
Okay, with that, commissioners, does anybody have any objections to what's on the screen, or have something that they think there's a consensus to add? I'm not getting anything. I'll hit the button here. I got nothing on my screen again, once again. Oh, there we go. Oh, boy, now we got a whole bunch of people. Okay. And Donald, you actually are first on.
I don't think I've ever turned mine off before, but
Maybe,
I
maybe,
do
okay.
have a couple of comments. Does this need to be in here, just so we don't lose track of it? When this, I know we're a long way off, but when we do develop the project, is it already in our ordinance that it'll be dispersed of the the affordable housing? Will it be dispersed or among the project and not all? There's been cases where you put all the affordable housing in one building or something, where I would want to see it dispersed throughout the project. And also as far as the number of units go, I'd want to see that, is that going to be divided? Are they all going to be single family, or will that's also something that's also divvied out among the different unit sizes?
Okay, city staff has a response.
Thank you, Chair Bauke. Commissioner DeLucia, those are requirements that are a part of our affordable housing plan requirements. So as the project would progress past approvals, the applicant would be required to provide their affordable housing plan, where those units are, and housing staff works to make sure there's equity amongst their dispersion.
And I have just one more. As far as the parking, traffic and circulation, I know it's not acknowledged on this document that it does need us further study. Is that something we should put on the list here? I know it'll probably be addressed as part of the EIR checklist.
Commissioner DeLucia, I think we attempted, from what we heard, was to continue to work with staff to improve connections to adjacent areas, both residential, commercial.
You know the word traffic, can you put in there?
We could have, for all modes.
Oh, that's good, for all modes of transportation.
Yes.
Yeah.
I hear a consensus to make that clarification. Commissioner Wiscombe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we just make a change?
Yes.
We said for all modes of transportation.
To the,
That?
yeah, no, that's great, actually. There was, yeah, okay, no, that's good. I think the 81, yeah, I think we could put these, we could see the changes as they go, we could track them, that would be great. 81 deed restricted affordable units. I think we should, depending upon how many units we end up with, I don't think we should say 81, I think we should say the required amount of deed restricted affordable units in the required categories. at this point, it's moderate and very low, but just something to that effect, so we,
A question to council on that.
question,
Could we just use the math that we had today as an example? It basically has a formula, correct?
yeah, it's 10% moderate for AUD, we could use that, and then it's 5% very low for the state density bonus.
Chair Balke and Commissioner Wiscombe, I actually like the way it's reworded in here as opposed to the 81. I think it's a good change because the way that we calculate state density bonus
Right.
depends on the percentages. And so just saying that it'll be calculated that way in case the project changes at all.
Exactly, and I was thinking that the number of units may change as the project evolves. So, okay, so that's one change I'd like to make. I think enough of us made the comment about the recycling or reuse of materials that are part of the demolition or part of the project. So I don't know if you want to add that, but I think, I know Commissioner Barnwell did, I did. I think that's, yes, yeah. Well, on-site or, yeah. Yes, okay, that's good. I would put to the extent possible at the end of that, because there's, some stuff you can't reuse, so. Support the public park and the play areas. What? Food art. Okay, I think I might have more, but I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Boss.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to make sure that there was something about community outreach in here, and I'm not sure if that's covered by community partners, or if we want to distinguish.
I think the intent of the community partners was focused on the community partners that might partner for affordability of units. So if you want it to be broader, we can add something.
Yes.
Add a new bullet.
Don't know how to write it, but yes.
Do you have any thoughts on what you might like it to
Continue
say?
broad community outreach.
Okay. Do you have any more?
No, that's-
Or
thank
You're
you.
done. Okay. Commissioner Wardlow?
Thank you, Chair. For bullet 1, could we add at the end of that sentence, at varied income levels? Because I'm very appreciative of Mr. Taylor's comments and willingness to partner with the Housing Authority and the Chamber on workforce development, and hopefully that can result in addition to the required amount of the 81 that they decide, but like at varied levels, right? So we're not just stuck into the very low and then the moderate.
Okay.
Megan's looking at me funny. So meaning that the required amount that, whatever is negotiated with Teva and them, that's one component. And then the second component is that they continue to work with these partner organizations on looking at varied income levels as well, like the workforce piece.
Commissioner Wardlow through the chair. Yeah, my reaction was just that, so we have to adhere to whatever the income category in bonus, state bonus density requires, right, for those percentages. So that's fixed, and then the moderate is fixed by ordinance. But if you mean in addition to that, which is, I think, what you're saying, and does that capture your concern?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Wiscombe?
I would like to know if we should add, this isn't a, well, it is, it's a I think we should add something about what Commissioner Lodge talked about. Did she leave?
She had to go.
Oh, sorry. Just something about the commission regrets the opportunity, or regrets, I don't know how we say it. Does anyone have any thoughts on how we say that we're not happy with the process because we're not the final? I guess Commissioner Wardlow has something to say.
I agree. I mean, can we just note that as this process moves forward, that we will proactively pull from the show?
No, I don't think we want to say that, because we may not want to do that. It depends. But
we'll see.
And I don't think we want to give our hand. I mean, it may progress to, hopefully it'll progress so that we don't have to, it doesn't have to come back to us again. So I don't think we want to say that, but I think that we do want to say that that City Council several years ago approved a process whereby the Planning Commission would be the final reviewer of this project. And because the ordinance is not in place at this point in time, we are
Ms. Wiscombe, I don't think we want to upbraid the council by our comments. I think we can suggest things, but it sounds like we're calling them to task for their failures.
No, I'm not calling council to task. Council was the one that approved it, but it just hasn't been done. So I think we want to say that we are, we express concern. Why don't we just say, the planning commissioners expressed concern that we are not the final decision maker on this project. No, I
Chair
just,
Balke and
yeah.
Commissioner Wiscombe, I think we heard you. I'm concerned that it's a little off topic from what's on the
Yeah.
agenda with
I
regards
agree.
to review
Okay.
of the project.
Okay.
No, I don't feel comfortable with that either. We've made the comments were made today, and that's a procedural thing, not this for this project, but for long-term that needs to be addressed maybe in the short term. And I have one other thing. I don't feel comfortable, I mean, I'm going to go with all this, but when we say include the required amount, I thought 81, that's the minimum. I would say include the minimum 81 required, the minimum 81. 81's a number they need to be, the city staff is saying it should be 81, it should be 27 low, and it should be 54 moderate.
We took out 81 because the number of units may change, and maybe they'll do something different in state density bonus. So I like the word minimum, but I don't like the word 81, because we don't know what, 81 is specific to what has been presented to us today, but not specific
I would get
to-
minimum out too then, because minimum just sounds like all they have to do is the minimum. So I would just use the word, then just leave it the way it is, include the required amount.
Okay, so you don't want minimum.
No, because that's.
But you did want minimum, but no.
I wanted when it had 81 in there, but
Oh.
not if we're not going to put 81 in there. Yeah.
Okay. Any others? Oh, well, we're not done yet, but okay, you want to talk on that one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just have two of the bullets here that I want to talk to. One is the bullet about treat the corner of State and Hope. I feel strongly that document that we looked at that had the little green dot at the corner did not intend for that green dot to represent where the open space should occur. So I just ask that we say, treat the corner as a landmark corner, consistent with, the guidelines, but I don't think we should be held to be putting a green space on that corner
Well,
and give us
we
more
could take out park.
flexibility.
I don't think it was intended to say park, it's the plaza portion.
That's fine.
that,
I just wanted to, I don't think that was a literal document, right, that meant for it to be there. And then the other thing, and this is really important, I want to confess that from the very beginning, I felt very strongly that there should be a connection between Hope and La Cumbre. and I continue to feel strongly about that. But knowing the constraints we're faced with the lease and everything else, I really don't think that should happen as part of this project now. It should be in the future. It would be, that I know, the specific plan issue is what it is, but I just think that it's a little convoluted to try to force it into this first phase of the La Cumbre redevelopment. I think you should say something about the importance of that, and I think it should happen in the future, but I just would hope that it isn't imposed on this now, because I agree with what Christine said. It just creates this barrier that is not right.
Okay.
So I agree.
Comment noted.
Okay.
Yeah, I think, I can speak probably for a majority. We probably disagree on that one. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry. I really liked how you guys wrote, for bullet 1, you wrote beyond the minimum, and then you deleted it again, but I liked how you had the wording before, because I think that makes it really clear that that's what we're trying to say. So we're not saying the 81 up there, but then we're explaining down here that this is beyond the minimum. However you had it written just a minute ago was great.
She's got beyond the minimum in there.
I know,
Just
but
put it at the end.
I think it belongs over
Oh.
where it was in the middle.
Yeah.
In the middle, it's not the end.
All right. Oh, okay, whatever. And then to Mr. Cornell's point, obviously you guys are way more in the weeds on this and have a much stronger understanding of all of this, given that, this is all still conceptual and all of this could change. I think it's hard for this commission without, the traffic study and understanding real circulation to really weigh in on that. Obviously, Chair Bauke has a lot of experience in this in his professional life, so I understand that. But I think it is hard for us to really weigh in on this without the traffic study, without any kind of formal guidance from staff on that yet.
I would agree with that. Thank you. Are we taking out Park Plaza at this location?
We're looking for your direction on that.
I think we should take it out. I think it's too specific. I think the green dot, I think the Upper State Street design guidelines, let the design team interpret them and what that green dot means and deal with that. So I would take that out. That's too specific.
Commissioner Barnwell?
First and foremost, friends don't let friends draw documents at the public dais and the public microphone. This is crazy. I would like to, why are we sticking with this word minimum? Why don't we say to increase to the maximum possible level rather than saying beyond the minimum or something? We want the maximum, right? Of whatever housing we can possibly get. Isn't that what we're shooting for?
I think by.
Is that inappropriate phraseology?
We want more than the minimum. We'll put it that way. But I think by law, they have an obligation to provide what we require, which is 10% moderate for the AUD, and then whatever state density bonus requires them to do to get the additional density. So I don't think we can actually state that we want more, but we can state that we want more, but we can't state that we require more.
Well, I'm not saying requires. My choice is that Latin word minimum versus the Latin word maximum. Why don't we say to the maximum? So beyond the minimum could be one beyond the minimum, and we'd be fine. I'm not fine with one beyond the minimum. Let's go to where we can go. Or am I wrong in that thinking?
To the maximum feasible.
Anyway, that's my last comment on this.
Okay.
Thanks.
Boy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner DeLucia?
I like that before we made any of those changes at the first one, but I'm fine with it. The other thing is about the two-way, until we do the traffic analysis, the two-way road, instead of include, can we say something like explore or analyze it or something?
Yeah, I like that better.
Yes.
Okay.
Analyze, explore.
Okay. Any other comments? Because I have one, which seems to be left off the truck, which was the comment which ABR member 6 mentioned, and I repeated, and I heard it early on, is the lack of, the weak connections with the surrounding retail, which,
So we intended to get at it there, but if you'd like it to be more explicit, we can add something or modify this.
yeah, I think it should be a sort of a standalone point.
Yeah, I agree with Board Member 6 that connections to remaining retail should be stronger. So I guess we just put connections to remaining retail should be stronger, right? Does that sound all right?
That's fine.
That's what.
It's basically what the
think I took a
language that
quote
they
from-
had in their own minutes.
Yeah.
All right. Are we done?
Does somebody need to make a motion, Mr. Chair?
Yes, that would be needed.
I would like to move the approval of this publicly drawn list.
And I'll second it.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Balki. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner DeLucia?
Yes.
Commissioner Lodge is absent. Commissioner Barnwell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wiscombe?
Yes.
Commissioner Boss?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wardlow?
Yes.
Chair Balki?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so we're not done, but we're, I know you guys want to run out the room. So basically, the next item is our administrative agenda. There's going to be no show report. I just want to note that at our next commission meeting, we have a noon meeting discussion on CEQA, sort of a CEQA training item. And other than that, I don't have anything else. And when is our next meeting? May 2nd? Okay, so I'm going to adjourn the meeting at 5:33. And our next meeting is tentatively set for May 2nd. And thank you all, and we're adjourned.